was the administrative domain administration.
That's back to the original. Okay, great.
Science.
Do you know camcorders very well?
And I just like making a few pretty much.
Do you know how to make this one?
I discovered I remember the day that I realized that this tall architecture was I'm like, proud.
Hard to part with those.
So yeah, I really like studies, so which is defined as architecture that benefit of architects. So just people building. Stuff like that. So if you go through kind of, some person made a study of all of the, they're not wills, but they're
All right, can you hear me? Yes. Yes, great. All right. Welcome to World IA Day Boston. So I'm so glad to see everyone here. This is such a good turnout. We're going to have a great day of talks and conversations. World IA Day is a celebration of information architecture. Even if you don't work in UX, or even if you're hearing the term information architecture for the first time, IA is something we all do in our lives. Information architecture is about organizing information for understanding. Information architecture is all around us, online and in the physical world, in the structures and language that we use to shape our environment. And that's why we have World IA Day. Right now, events are happening in 62 different locations across 26 countries in 6 continents. The first one started in Tokyo about 10 hours ago, and the last ones to end tonight will be on the West Coast. This is the 4th year for World IA Day in Boston, and it's our first time at MassArt. So I'd like to invite Dr. Kimberly Pinder, Provost at MassArt, up to the stage for some brief remarks, and then I'll come back to start off the program.
Hi, how are you? Having a good morning so far? Yes? That's great. Well, I would like to just be up here for just a few minutes to welcome you to MassArt. We're so happy when we're able to host these types of events. It keeps us active and also brings many different people onto the campus so you can see a little bit of what we do. MassArt has been around for a long time. It was founded in 1873. What I love about it is that it was legislated to happen. So it was a state legislative law and act that actually founded this school. And it was founded to educate and to train artists and designers around the state, and we still do. So over 68% of our students are from the state of Massachusetts, so we're still keeping to that mission. I need to tell you that I am 7 weeks new to this position. I just started in January. Yay! So I'm still learning a lot about MassArt. I can tell you one of the reasons why I came here. What I loved about MassArt was that its mission, at the heart of its mission, it's committed to community engagement. And I'm a mural historian, so community art practice is something that I'm very much dedicated. Students and staff and faculty are passionate about what they do. They are dedicated to this project we call the education, art and design education. And they are a really close community. I've also learned that innovation and creativity is not something that is just coming out of our students and faculty, but the people who run the whole entire project or organization of MassArt, the administrators and the staff are also incredibly innovative and creative, and they just created a brand new strategic plan that you can see all of this. He's looking forward to transforming how we deliver art and design education. I also just want to give a plug, if you all come back, and some of you are probably from here, for 2020, we're actually going to be opening up our Backlar and Payne galleries. They're getting a complete renovation. That's what you see, some completely blown out windows when you walk along the side here of Huntington. That is just a little preview of what's to come. They're going to be beautiful new galleries. So I just wanted to welcome you guys and enjoy Boston. Again, those of you who are from here. I'm enjoying it again, just moved here in January, and being on the Avenue of the Arts is another amazing gift that we have here at MassArt. And before I step down, I want to make sure that I mention that one of our panelists today, Richard Saul Wurman, I'm sorry, I'm still going to get your name wrong because I'm bad at names.
You get 3 chances.
I get 3 chances? Okay, third time?
That's a B.
That's a B, all right. I'm still working on the grades. Richard Saul Wurman.
Got it.
Yes. I admitted to him that I'm horrible with names. That's one of my Achilles heels. But I did want to mention that he just told me that he has an honorary doctorate from MassArt. So I'm welcoming him back to here to be on the stage. Is this the first time you've been back since you got that doctorate?
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay. Well, I hope you enjoy being here, as well as I hope all of you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pinder. I'm sorry, I'm going in the wrong way. Those are the locations. World IA Day is also supported by the Information Architecture Institute. It's a great way to stay connected with the professional community and learn about information architecture. You can join online, and for those who are members, there are 3 positions on the board of directors open for elections right now. All 7 of these candidates are really wonderful people. Some of them might look familiar. And voting opens today, so please vote. We have an incredible global team working behind the scenes, and we'd like to remind you that we do have a code of conduct. We're committed to making this a safe and inclusive event for everyone, no matter who you are. If you have any questions or concerns, you can come to me or contact the global team at safety@worldiaday.org. And now we have a short video from the global team.
You are not your user. 7.7 billion people in the world. 6 billion people in the world do not speak English. 4 billion people in the world do not have access to internet. 1.2 billion people in the world do not have access to electricity. Over 1.1 billion people in the world have some form of disability. 962 million people in the world are over 60 years old. 775 million people in the world cannot read or write. Different is the new normal we should be designing for. Who are you designing for? Design for difference.
La mulți ani de World Eye Day 2019.
Happy World Eye Day from Indianapolis.
¡Feliz Día Mundial de la Arquitectura de la Información!
Happy World IA Day.
It is about Happy World Information Architecture Day.
Happy World IA Day from Boston.
Feliz Día Mundial de la Arquitectura de la Información.
Happy
World Eye Day.
Feliz Día Mundial de la Arquitectura de la Información.
Happy
World IA Day. Woo!
Hello from Torun in Poland.
Happy World Information Architecture Day.
Wszystkiego dobrego z okazji Dnia Architektury i Informacji.
Happy World IA Day. Dünya Bilgi Mimarisi Gününüz kutlu olsun. Happy IA Day. Happy World IA Day.
Feliz Día Mundial de la Arquitectura de la Información desde
Barcelona.
Perfect.
So today in Boston, you're going to hear from at least 8 different speakers about information architecture and design for difference. This event isn't possible without you. Thank you to attendees, speakers, to anyone who bought a ticket or donated, the volunteers wearing blue lanyards, all of the MassArt staff, the AV team, our sign language interpreters, my co-organizers, Julian Gautier, Jason Reynolds, and Alice Chang, my partner Emily, and especially Brian Durkin, who founded this event in 2016 and gave us all the guidance we needed to carry it forward. Brian really wanted to be here today, but isn't able to, and I think he'll be watching online. So if you get a chance, send him a message on Twitter at UXBD. Thank you to Wayfair, who truly made this event possible, along with our host, MassArt. Thanks to MadPow, Northeastern University, Huddle, Cantina, AIR Worldwide. Boston Chi and UXPA Boston are also sponsors, and they're both great organizations to get involved with. They have monthly events. And thank you to Noel for providing the furniture you see here on the stage. These particular pieces were designed by Florence Knoll herself. Florence Knoll was a very influential architect and designer. She co-founded Knoll Associates in 1946, served as its president in the 1950s and director of design until 1965. She revolutionized the architecture of corporate office spaces, creating the design standards and principles for the offices many of us work in now. At the same time, the design fields were highly gendered, and still are often. Interior design associated with women, spatial architecture almost exclusively done by men. She broke down that boundary and brought those fields together in the Knoll Planning Unit, where she hired both men and women to work on some of the most important interior architecture projects in the United States. She also worked briefly in Cambridge early in her career. So it's very special to have Florence's furniture here at this event. So thank you to Noel. We also have global sponsors who make this possible. You can download a digital swag bag with a few global giveaways. We'll show you this link again later and email it out after the conference. We have a few some of the things in the swag bag. A few raffle prizes, beautiful books by Richard Saul Wurman, a copy of Before You Could by Heather O'Neill, and giveaways from Rosenfeld Media, Axure, and Proto.io. So we'll do this raffle either just before or just after lunch. The Wi-Fi network is MassArt guest. There's no password. And the official hashtag for today is WIADBOS. Last few comments. Design for difference. There are things all humans have in common, but what makes us so beautiful and interesting is that we're all different and unique. If Buckminster Fuller was right, that 99% of who you are is invisible and untouchable, then there are differences that you can see, but even more that you can't. We perceive and understand the world in different ways. We have different values and beliefs and histories. We've experienced different victories and tragedies. We have different abilities and disabilities, different hopes and dreams. So as designers and information architects, we need to reflect on what we have in common and what we have in difference. So what does it mean to design for difference? One answer is that design for difference means designing through conversation. When we have conversations, diverse points of view come together in dialogue, giving us a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. So I'm delighted to have such an interesting group of people with different points of view come together on stage today and have that dialogue. But the most important conversations are the one that all of you will have during the breaks, over lunch, and after we leave. For the morning, Richard Saul Wurman will converse with others here on the stage, Moshe, Safdie, Dan Klyn, and David Gallo. We'll stop for lunch midday and come back for lightning talks with a few of the most interesting people from the IA and UX world. I know not everyone can stay for the whole day, but I encourage you, please stay for lunch. Lunch is provided, and stay through the afternoon. I think you'll enjoy it. And next, I'd like to invite Dan Klyn to introduce our guests.
Hello. Good morning. I feel like I don't even need it in here. The light is on. Oh, here we go. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for showing up today. I would love to give a welcome to the 16 students in Jönköping, Sweden, who are watching this broadcast right now. They are in one of the few but mighty graduate programs in information architecture. These students are getting a degree called Innovation and Information Architecture up in Jönköping in Sweden. So good morning to them. And I would also like to say hello to our friends down in Brasilia. There is a PhD you can get in information architecture in Brazil, and some of our friends down there are watching as well. So we are so fortunate to be here together today, and I would like to read a little bit to you before letting Richard begin. And some of us here probably self-identify as information architect, but I'm more interested in seeing hands from who doesn't have that on their business card, who isn't presently referred to as an information architect. Okay, excellent. Let me read you this and then let's reconsider your decision. There is a tsunami of data that is crashing onto the beaches of the civilized world. This is a tidal wave of unrelated, growing data, formed in bits and bytes, coming in an unorganized, uncontrolled, incoherent cacophony of foam. None of it is easily related. None of it comes with any organization methodology. Now for the good news. There's a dune on the beach. There is a breakwater in the ocean that is clearly emerging in these last fleeting moments of the 20th century. This was said in 1998. The breakwater is indeed breaking up the tsunami of data and focusing it in a more organized way to answer our questions and concerns. There's a new breed of graphic designers, exhibition designers, illustrators, and photographers whose passion it is to make the complex clear. I call this new breed of talented thinkers information architects. Let's see the hands again. Who here isn't an information architect? Let's talk after the session. And for the rest of us, would you please join me in thanking this man for letting us, showing us how to do that. And he has a microphone. That was my introduction, Richard.
I want to do this so it doesn't go boom, boom, boom. Oops. Can you hear me? No. Turn the freaking thing on. Is that on now? Is that on?
Yeah.
Okay. I like very, very much the people on my left and right. And when I was, by the way, did I write that whole thing or just the first paragraph?
The whole thing.
Okay. I don't remember the second paragraph. In 1975, I decided to do, I didn't decide, I was chosen, and it was odd that I was chosen, because I was basically a lightweight person. I was a kind of a jerk from Philadelphia with a small architectural practice. And I lived in Philly, and they were going to have an AIA, American Institute of Architects. I'm an architect. And they were going to have their annual meeting, which has 5,000 people come to a big meeting, and I had never run a meeting with 5,000 people. The biggest one I had run then was Aspen, and that was about 1,200 people. And that was 72, so this was 75. They asked me to run the 76 conference, which is in Philadelphia because of the bicentennial. And normally those things are run by people who have been involved in the running, not paid people, but run big offices, and they get this honorary honor to do that. And they sit back and the staff runs it. But I decided, since I didn't have anything to do, I was kind of out of work, I would really run it. And I called it the architecture of information, and then that's when I started writing that. And there was a lot of pushback because of people who did information design. They thought what I was doing was wrong. But I wasn't proselytizing. I don't give a shit about anybody else. I was just doing something I wanted to do, and he'll tell you that that's true. And a lot of people in Europe, Netherlands, particularly Germany, started sending letters saying, what do you want us to pay you a fee for using the name? And they objected to it a lot. It didn't make any difference to me, even to respond. And then slowly, it seemed like a good term because the word architecture, instead of design, because in the popular sense at that time, less now, but really then very much so, a designer was somebody that made something look good. An engineer or somebody, technologist would design something. A designer put something around it. Or a designer he went to a designer for the aesthetics, not for the performance. And architecture, from certainly a group of architects, not all architects, because some architects did the same thing. I mean, Michael Graves did the same thing, made a building and then made the outside look nice. He was a designer, not an architect. You might disagree, but you know what I'm saying. And so that's what I called myself, and it allowed me to do, to make the complex clear and to follow my curiosities. My life is based a little differently than one of my best friends. These are all very good friends of mine. I mean, this is not a hoped up affair. They asked me to come, and I said, gee, I'm in Boston, I'd love to see Moshe. Moshe is one of the great architects in the whole world. I am shy of being the great of anything. He's hot shit. He really is. No, I'm serious. He's somebody, you have that small list, and he's on that list. For years, I ran a conference called TED. I created a conference called TED.
Anybody heard of the TED conference? We have more information architects than TEDsters here.
And I'll tell you a story after I talk to Moshe. I'll tell you a little story of how we met and what he is and what he's done. But it was with Woods Hole, and for years, there's 1 billion people who've watched the TED Talks, and he was number 2 after that guy from England. He was number 2 of the most watched TED Talks ever. He's now 4 or 5, but that's because of me. They don't like me, and they know he likes me. But, so at least he doesn't look so good, but he talks well. I'm going to tell you a story that you think has nothing to do with information architecture, but listen to what Mr. Zollman said in the beginning about differences, the personal thing. And this is sort of some semi-apocryphal, but everything I say is semi-apocryphal. An old lady lives in Kittery, Maine, just past New Hampshire. It's at the border of Maine, New Hampshire. And her husband dies. She's just 80, he was 83. And she has 2 older kids. They're in their 40s and 50s. And they go to her and they say, Mom, we know you're a simple lady. You don't go to doctors. We're going to have to take care of you. We would like to have a baseline done on you. We'd like to know how healthy you are for our sake and for yours. Would you go to the local clinic and have just an exam? And then do it yearly so we know what's going on. It was a sensible thing. She finally decided to go. He was a young doctor. That has nothing to do with the story. It's just part of the story. And he pushes and pulls and takes her blood and looks her in the eye and in the ears, all the stuff that gets done at that annual thing. And he says, what I need to do is get a specimen. She doesn't know what he's talking about at first, but the phone rings. And they have an emergency downstairs. It's a fishing town. Fishing is, by the way, 1 or 2 in the most dangerous careers you can have. Fishing is a very dangerous career. Many accidents. Not so high on deaths, but accidents very high. And they need him downstairs to fix this terrible fracture. He said he'll be right down. He said, look, I need a specimen. She once again doesn't register. He said, a urinary sample. Next Thursday we bring a urinary sample in because we need to make a test. Doesn't understand. Would you void in a jar? Doesn't understand. The phone rings again. We need you down here, doctor. He says, look, go piss in a pot. She says, you go shit in your hat, and she walks out. Well, it is a joke. It is sort of funny, but it isn't funny. She never understood him. And he at all times was telling the truth. At all times he was using a term that was truthful. But he never was aware of understanding, of making what he was saying register with that woman. The personal relationship between 2 people of making something understandable. Of not saying, when you don't know what the person is talking about. You've already done it out in the lobby. Somebody's mentioned a book to you and you said, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We tell those lies all the time so it doesn't reinforce our obligation to make something understandable. And that's sort of why we're around, is to make something understandable. If somebody says something I understand, I stop them. I feel it's my responsibility, either verbally, physically in 3 dimensions, visually in graphic design, words, this person here trying to say, put into sign language what I'm saying. We try to communicate with another human being. Moshe wanted to know what we're going to talk about today. If you don't know one of the ways of introducing, because some people don't know architecture at all, but if you know that iconic building with the beautiful swimming pool on the roof in Singapore, that's in half the ads that run on television, and the other half are Disney Hall by our good friend Frank Gehry. But they're buildings that are used as iconic buildings in the world. Well, maybe a third we still, Joran Ortsen's building in Sydney Harbor is still used in ads, you know, so you know where you are. But it's hard to think of any other modern buildings that are used with the recognition, you know what that building is. And Moshe is a great architect. And that's a nice building. He's done better. He's famous. At the age of 29, we all hated him. Because at the age of 29, he did Habitat, which was the iconic building of housing at the Montreal World Fair. He was on the 29. He was on the cover of Newsweek. We hated him more for that. And then a few years later, his wife was on the cover of Newsweek too, for something completely else. So they were a hot couple. So my question to Moshe is, I'm interested when I get in a building of knowing where to go. Where am I? Where am I and what's around me? When I'm in a city, I like to know where I am and what's around me. You don't have control of the whole city, but you do have control of a building when you design a building. The Marina Sands, that big building in the harbor in Singapore, has gambling casinos, restaurants, check-in rooms, etc. You have to park your car, you have to do this, you have to do that. All his buildings are certainly his larger ones, but even the smaller ones, you really want to have a conversation with the building. You want it to talk to you. You want it to tell you its existence will. Why am I here? What do I do? What can I be? Few buildings do that. I think Moshe will comment on that. That was a question. He also speaks, I'm making his time short because he speaks better than I do.
All those compliments.
You want help turning it on?
Hello. After all those compliments, I have to return a few. I think it begins with the question of scale, to me. The bigger the scale, the tougher to communicate, and the more important it is. So let's start with a little house. Generally speaking, you know where to get in and you find your way around it. And then think of buildings and complexes that get bigger. I mean, think of this complex. It's a pretty big complex, classrooms, auditorium. I think the first level of communication that I feel obligated to deliver is absolute clarity of a sense of orientation. A self-orienting building, one that you flow into, that you know where to get into. Actually, I went to 4 entrances before I found this one. The one you know how to get into, and once you get into, it leads you. I mean, that's very important in an airport, but it's also important in a school and in a university. Absolutely, it's hierarchical. It's like we have spines and we have a vein system, and you know, organically we're structured in a way that leads from one piece to the other. So buildings need to lead you right through and be clear. And I have to say, that's not universal. Mall designers love to get you in and never let you find a way out. I mean, it's part of the strategy. But then I think Richard is also talking about a narrative and communication at a higher level. I mean, what's the difference between going to a court of justice, going to a Holocaust memorial, going to a library? They're very different kinds of buildings. You do different things in them and you go there for different purposes. And to me, one of the joys of being an architect, and that's something I learned from Kahn, and I think we both learned from Kahn, is to try and...
He's talking of Louis Kahn, the architect.
Louis Kahn, the great Philadelphia architect. To try and understand, to immerse yourself, to understand the essence of what an institution or building is all about. I like to say, to call it deciphering the life intended in a building. So if you're doing a school, it's about learning, it's about students and faculty relationships and gathering and interaction. If you're doing a library, as you know, it's a depository of books and culture. It's about, again, another kind of learning. It's about community. It's about being in the community of readers, as I put it. So how does architecture say that to you and encourage this action and activity in you? And I think out of this we get the variety in architectural experiences that are missing today in architecture. The more we explore the particular, the unique of an activity or an institution, the more the architecture narrates what it's all about. And that has nothing to do with the sort of expression of the architect, the sculptural language that they've developed, whether they're twisting this way or twisting this way. It's not about generalizing into the language of an architect. It's about specifically what is the essence of that place. And so this combination about what is utilitarian, communicate how to access a building, move through it, understand it, not be mystified by it, not be confused by it, and then rise to another level where you actually narrate the essence of what its existence is all about, is to me the interesting search in architecture and what leads you to some successes.
Most of the buildings we're seeing today, I call bling architecture. They're pieces of jewelry where the architect, it's the architect as sculptor, not the architect who has a hearth, who invites you in, who protects you at the ground floor, who makes it interesting to walk past it, makes it interesting to come into the building, makes you knowledgeable about where to go in the building. They're bling, you know how they're published. They show in the newspaper by what they choose to show in the newspaper. They never show you a ground floor. What is our life? Our life in a city is the ground floor. What are the cities we love in other cities, and what are the cities we love in Europe? We love cities where we can walk through, where the ground floor is interesting. Learning is remembering what you're interested in. How do you make life interesting physically in architecture, graphic design, product design, in your speech, your conversation? How do you make it interesting? It is not interesting when you have conversations in the lobby before you come in. And I think I'm on solid ground here that before you came in, there was a number of conversations that began this way. So how's everything going? Feeling good? Keeping busy? What's up? Meaningless shit. But that's what it is. They are implicit with lies because you actually can't answer that question. You can't answer a question that says, it has the word everything in it. You just can't answer a question like that. How do you make a building personal so the person feels it's personal, but it works for everybody? How do you make a conversation personal? How do you show, as a designer, that you care about the person and you care about their personal journey? How do you show, as an architect, that you care about the person who just walks in, let's say the Marina Sands, because we brought that in, walks in, is not going to check in, just wants to walk through and see it. How do you make that feel comfortable, as well as the person who is going to check in, direct them, or who just has a question to ask? And they say, who do I ask? How do I find out? How do you make going into a hotel personal? How do you make a school personal? How do you dimension the hallways in a school so you realize that hallway where people meet each other? They might have lockers in them, they might not, but where people meet each other between classes and share what they just learned or what they like to have learned. How do you make that personal so the building embraces you to that conversation where information can verbally pass from one person to another? And then how do you make graphics where your first thought is not how good the poster is, but where it answers the questions about where, what, when, what it's about, something that has content. I first met the young man all the way to my left because he called me on the phone when I was running TED. I don't know what year it was, probably 1999. Right around when Ballard threw Woods Hole. You correct me later if I'm wrong. And the Alvin went into the Pacific and found the black smokers. Black smokers are these, some of you know, are these tubes, these sharp, basically sharp, rough, black, pointed things more than a mile down in the Pacific, although now they're found around the world. But then this was a discovery, which were bubbling out sulfuric acid-laden water at a very high temperature. And they saw that there was all kinds of life. There was tube worms. In fact, they said they named one tube worm. You told me? Yeah. Okay, there's one called tube worm. That there's these white tube worms coming out of some of the tubes, these volcanic tubes. And there's a lot of white things because there's no light down there. Now, I'm 83. He's younger, not by much. The others are too much younger. When I went to school, if I had said that life comes from anything but the sun and photosynthesis, I would have flunked. Now, there's good reason. There's reason to believe that more life starts with chemosynthesis, not photosynthesis. Not from the sun, but through chemistry, chemical reactions and chemical food more than a mile down in the oceans. The oceans are 71, they say 70%, 71% of the Earth's surface. It's not an exact figure, obviously, but it's right around there. And it's average, what, a mile deep? 2.5. 2.5 miles deep. And in that, that's big time. And there's a lot of life there, life where they never thought it would be. So he came from Woods Hole with this very odd good friend of his who's a techie with a little Sony machine at that time. This is a long time ago now, a little teeny Sony machine of high resolution stuff, of photos of something I never knew about. And I said, come to the next TED conference. And people learned, and he explained it beautifully. He's a terrific speaker, factual speaker, not poetic like Moshe, but a really good speaker. And he explained life and the black smokers. And if you've seen that famous picture of the octopus called Dumbo, and the famous place where the Alvin is one of the submersibles that doesn't have people in it. But so it goes pretty far down, and it's very reliable. There's a number of outlets. It's probably been the most reliable of all of them over the years.
Sure.
Yeah. And where they photographed a volcano down there, and they scooted out, and the volcano leveled the area, and within a year or two later, it was back up again. That's how fast life grew there. All the animals were back, and the black smokers were back in a short time. It's vibrant with life. It's a different notion of life. Anything that shows you the opposite of what you've come to believe is an amazing way of describing something. I'll go on with that later, but I'd like you to tell your side of the story.
Sure. I went to Woods Hole in 1987, right after Bob Ballard had discovered Titanic. And I was a scientist, but I was focused on one or two things. And one day I was flipping through, I think it was Fortune magazine, 1997.
Yeah.
And there was an article about this incredible conference.
No, it was about me.
Yeah, about you.
It wasn't about
you're right. No, he's right.
It was called the Wurmanizer or something like
that's
that.
right.
Yeah.
And then there was a bit about it.
I'll give you my due before I pass out on the stage.
Yeah, and you'll excuse me, I'm having dental work done, so I'm still a little bit lisping.
That's been his excuse for about 10 years.
So, I called my friend, the one Richard mentioned, who builds these incredible underwater cameras, and I said,
Billy Lang.
Billy Lang. I said, we have to go to this conference. And that was the same year as in New York. That was the first time we peaked at TED. We did TED New York City, and then we were invited to the next conference. But anyway, I was met with nothing but hostility when I called Richard's office, met some of the people that were the gateway to Richard, and was told that no, there's no way you're coming to this conference. And I said, I'll tell you what, let me come over there. I was on the Cape about an hour and a half away, Cape Cod, and let me show Richard some of the things we can talk about. And that was our first exposure to Richard, but also his first exposure to this world beneath the sea. And both things matched perfectly. And I think the TED audience liked it because it did. It showed them something that you don't know this planet. Even though you think you do, you don't know the planet. Ocean exploration, even to this date, we've explored about 5% of what's out there beneath the sea, even though it's most of the planet. And the problem is that it's a hostile environment. Pitch black, there's no navigation, no GPS, nothing like that. It's constantly moving. The pressure is enormous, could kill you in a heartbeat, would mash the Titanic in a heartbeat. So everything we got from the ocean were glimpses of this incredible...
Kill you by the lack of a heartbeat.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Glimpses of this incredible unfamiliar world. And bit by bit, and it's still not perfect today, we started to put all of these puzzle pieces together. And we know that beneath the sea we have the world's largest mountain range, the greatest mountain range, 50,000 miles long, thousands of peaks higher than the Alps. The deepest valleys beneath the sea that crisscross the oceans, many times wider and deeper than the Grand Canyon. Underwater rivers, underwater lakes, underwater waterfalls. The greatest waterfall on Earth is beneath the sea.
There's an underwater lake in the Caribbean made of liquid methane. It's hard to believe, but they photographed it, and you see waves from that lake going on the shore. Water, again, methane, liquid methane against water. You see it, and you say, this has to be CGI, and it's real.
Yeah, absolutely real. And so all of this was one of the last linchpins in this paradigm called plate tectonics, that the face of the Earth is constantly changing. And what reminds us of plate tectonics are earthquakes and volcanoes. But it's still an imperfect system because every scientist has his own standards, has his own equipment. So it's tough to pull it all together so that someone new can see it all in one view. But anyway, plate tectonics, the face of the changing, the face of the Earth constantly changing. The next one is going to be climate change. And you all know how well that's going. Because there's so much data in all different scales, in all different kinds, humidity, temperature, the atmosphere, of the oceans, how much heat is in the oceans, how does it transport the heat, how does it give up the heat, that we're still fumbling with this. And what you see in the media is just a jumbled mass of information. The media trying to make sense of it. And so we're a ways away from getting that right. The thing that got me about Ted and Richard was his ability to, Richard will always say something like, I'm the dumbest person in the room, right?
Right.
I hope I got that right. Was his ability, and Ted was like this. He said, it's a dinner party I always wanted to have. And you'd have this incredible range of people, engineers and artists, but his ability to pull threads out of these people, and to weave those threads into a tapestry that's constantly changing is amazing. You know, it's nothing I can learn how to do, but to watch it is just positively amazing. So, you know, Rupert Murdoch used to go to TED every single year, and he sat up front, kind of maybe 3 rows back, with his family. Never once in the 3 or 4 days, 5 days, never once got up to go to the bathroom to look at his cell. And I asked him, I said, well, how is it that you can do this? He said, because Richard always gives me an edge. And he said, that's all I need that edge. So it was, again, the important thing was that Richard's ability to pull the threads out, weave them back into a tapestry where, you know, I think with Klyn, you've been bugging him about climate. Please explain climate to the planet. It's just a rare and unique opportunity, and I got hooked on it. So not only did I want to go back to TED, I worried after the first one we'll never get invited back again. Not to mention they had great goodie bags. That always pays off. But you know, it was really fantastic.
Well, now let me tell you, you didn't expect these 3 conversations. One about peeing, one about architecture, and one about under the sea. You wanted, your expectation, I suspect, was more about, you know, what I'd be known for. I've done 80, 90 books. They're mostly visual books about graphic design, about systemic things, about cartography. What I've tried to do by inviting these 2 buds is show you that yes, I am the dumbest person in the room, in the sense that every project I start, I start from ignorance, that I know nothing. How do I explain that journey from not knowing to knowing? And how do I do it in a systemic way? And underneath both of their methodologies, I know that's the way he starts, whether he knows it or not. He starts knowing nothing of how do you begin that job. I remember when he began the Sands project, the hotel and gambling casino, et cetera, in Singapore. And when he starts describing what he's doing, they know nothing about where they're going. It's all 100% discovery. How do you build on that in an orderly way to explain it to others? And that journey, that explanation, instead of your preconception, I'm going to do a website, or I'm going to do some graphics, or a chart, or a map, or something. It's not that. I don't start with a preconception of how to do it. And I don't choose a subject where I have any expertise. The book I'm doing now is a surprise to me, because I knew nothing about a subject, and I tried to find out about it. I didn't know very much about death. I didn't know about dying. What a subject. We all die. So it's something we all share. It's not funny. We all share that. And it's not scary. It's ignorance. We all have parents that die. We all have family members, cousins, aunts, uncles, and we don't know about death. We don't know, where do you live the longest? This is not medical advice I'm talking about. I'm not talking about good habits and good food and exercise. No, I'm just talking about how do you make at least the statistics, the story. If you're rich, do you live longer? If you live certain places, do you live longer? If you, where do kids, what is infant mortality? Maybe you all know, but I wanted to do a little chapter in this book on it. There's very few words, it's all graphs and charts. I'm doing it with Nigel Holmes, the person who introduced diagrams to America. All the first diagrams in any magazine were in Time magazine, way before your time. I'm talking about 40 years ago, right? Or more maybe. And he introduced them to America from England, where he worked on the Times magazine. How do how can you explain what infant mortality is? I've heard the term, and I don't know what it is. Is it death at birth? Is it death at 2 years old? Is it death before you're 6? How is it measured? Is it how many people per 1,000? How many people per 500? I mean, you would think that was a pretty basic term. It's something, I think you've heard the term. Have you heard the term, infant mortality? Do you know when you die, when it is? You know.
What counts as infant mortality?
What counts? What is it?
I don't know.
See, you don't know. You don't know. When I don't know something like that, I stop dead in my tracks to find it out. I've asked about a dozen doctors. 2 knew what it was. And it's death 1 or before, 1 years of age before. And the number you see is that of 1,000. Now, that doesn't seem like very much, but let's say there's a country of 100 million people, and their infant mortality rate is 5 out of 1,000. And they manage, for some reason, which I'll tell you how you can do it, manage to half it, for 2.5. Think over 20 years what the change in population is. Have you ever heard any politician or anybody talking about population talk about that? No. Think of what it means to natural resources, jobs, everything. Immigration, whatever. We're talking about large numbers. That's how dumb I am, because that's such a dumb question, infant mortality. You couldn't ask, you would never have a doctor talk about that because it's too dumb. That's when I say I'm the dumbest person in the room.
Well, it's dumb, Richard, but it reminds me of what Richard Feynman said, which is that you don't understand unless you can explain it to yourself. And you explaining mortality to yourself, please don't investigate it too closely. But you explaining to yourself is, I think, counter the values in contemporary culture, that you do it for you. And I have a question for Moshe. I went to the Salt Lake City library that you built, and when I went there, has anybody here been to the main library in Salt Lake City? It has a external colonnade that is, I'm an amateur, so I'm describing this poorly. I don't want to embarrass you. It's part of the structure that extends outside of the structure into the plaza. It's like a colonnade.
It's a rock ledge.
And there were homeless people sheltering under your colonnade outside of your library. And so back to how I'll connect this. You have a question for yourself that you satisfy. You were talking about the existence will. What does a library want to be? I do some business in Salt Lake City, and I would think that the city fathers there wouldn't want you to provide shelter to the homeless as part of a library. But that's how they're using it. So I'm curious about what you want out of a building when you design it.
But your assumption is surprisingly a little off. Although we have to establish who the city fathers are in Salt Lake City. There's a Mormon church, that's the big fathers. And there's a kind of a community that's emerging in Salt Lake, very, very diverse for one thing. And the library became their counter-temple. And I'm talking about before we even built it. So, I mean, the library is a secular temple of Salt Lake. But in the program, as we worked on it, there was the anticipation of the homeless. And the chief librarian, who was an enlightened woman, Nancy Tessman, said to me, we better give that some thought, because we're not gonna lock them out. And so we had a fireplace fireplace area. And we created this shaft going through the building. We couldn't get wood fire, so it's gas. But we actually put comfortable furniture all around it. We actually made it with the kind of a fabric leather, faux leather that's washable because it needs to be washed, and accepted and recognized the fact that they're going to be there. I'm surprised to hear they're in the wall outside. It must have been nice weather because they come in when it's cold.
Yeah.
But
it was warm but rainy.
Yeah, but I think to me the Salt Lake Library has been a fantastic journey where the librarian enlightened says, we're going to have an architecture competition, but not the usual one where every architect comes and gives us a design, we say we like this or we like this. We're going to work with all of them. So there were workshops with 5 architects, there were community presentations, there were discussions about what a library is all about and what's important, not important. And out of that emerged a winner, which we were, not so much because like we were dangling some image, but because in the process, everybody was buying into the ideas and so on. And one of them was the Great Urban Room, which is actually outside the library. I mean, part of it, but not within the control. In other words, you don't need to get checked going in or out, and that has cafes and a couple of shops, and they have lectures right in there at night, or sometimes dinners, or, you know, it's just an urban room. And I realized, actually, as we were getting into it and building it, that it was the counter temple. I say that now because I've looked back and I said, what was that spirit coalescing? And it was not antithetical to the Mormon Church. It just was the feeling that this diverse city of many very different kinds of people converging on it needed a place. And the library became that place.
So that is different than what my assumption was. Thank you.
On the homeless bits, yes.
How about my, what I was hoping to connect, which is Richard doing things for himself, and that is a way to get at a result that is good work. Was there anything in the Salt Lake Library project that you did for you that would go beyond the program or the client?
I think you have to defend that. I mean, clarify that. I don't know what he's thinking now. I don't know what's in his head. I don't know what's in anybody's head there. I just try to do good work. If I start off from zero and I can understand in the end what I've done, then it turns out that other people can too. But I don't try to make it understandable to you. I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what anybody's thinking.
I think our joy in life.
But you're your judgment. You judge how good something. We have to.
We're the only judge of ourselves at the end. I mean, but I think the question is motivation. I think it's all about motivation. What motivates us, to be honest, is curiosity, passions, sometimes indulgence. But
indulgence is a good word. It's not a bad word. We are taught that it's a bad word. It isn't.
No, indulgence. I mean, you know, you
it's
get
a self-critical word.
Curious about things and you exploring them. But as an architect, there's some underlying things. You've got to become those who are going to be living and using your building. You have, unless you are able to sort of become them. That's at least my theory. And I know that not every architect would buy into that. But if you become, as you're drawing, as you're thinking, you're not seeing something abstract, shapes. You're just seeing how people are living and using it. Oh, are they going to have enough light? Are they going to? It's going to be okay. What are they looking at through this window? I think that's halfway to victory. So, and then when it works, that's where you get your joy.
It is a permutation of the ground floor I was talking about before.
Yeah, it is.
What he's doing. One of the greatest man-made spaces on Earth. And I say that with some confidence, but if you have a short bucket list, one of the greatest man-made spaces on Earth is nothing. When I say nothing, it's Piazza San Marco. It's a plaza. I don't quite know what the buildings look like around it except the church at the end. So it's not the great buildings on either side, it's a church at the end. but it's one of the greatest places on earth that man made. It's where you want to go. You want to have it on your bucket list. You want to go to Piazza San Marco once and then maybe again and then again if you want, but at least you want to go there sometime. And it's nothing. Why is it so wonderful? Its ground floor is an arcade around the whole thing. If it rains, it's wonderful. If it's sunny, it's wonderful.
Flooded, it's wonderful.
Flooded, it's wonderful. Isn't that amazing? It's not a piece of jewelry. Its ground floor is how well they do the glass and how shiny it is, and you can't walk next to it or anything. That's the way we're building our cities today. And when you talk about that related, when you talk about the yards in New York, it's a series of very talented architects in the art of building, like the art of making a piece of jewelry. Really talented people doing a very, very good job, and it's abysmal because the ground floor is terrible, and in the middle they put this stupid staircase. I mean, really stupid. I was down there, they wanted me to look at it, and I didn't know what to say when they brought out the staircase model. It was before the staircase. I didn't know what to say. And maybe people will walk up and down, and it'll be a wonderful thing, the sixth wonder of the world, but I think it's awful. So, I don't know the time. What time are we talking to?
Forever.
He brought up climate change, and that's on everybody's tongue. It's in everybody's newspaper. Nobody in this room understands a word they're saying. It's not clear. It's not put into context that there's always been climate change. I mean, the Charles River used to be frozen 100 years ago, 150 years ago. You could ice skate on it. There was climate change, obviously, since then. It might go back to that because when things get warmer, they also get colder. There is a certain Gaia effect in the world. So people are talking about everything getting warm. Yeah, that means you might have more severe, just the extremes might go out. The complications of weather are beyond any computer computation. In-house in IBM, even with their fancy Watson, they talk about how many generations it would be theoretically before they would be able to predict weather. Generations, because of the amount of unknowns. As you know, there's only so many unknowns in solving a quadratic equation. I guess the fourth unknown was solved by Évariste Galois when he was 17 or 18. He died in a duel the next day. There's only so many unknowns you can have. So most of what you read about climate change, yes, there's climate change, always been climate change, and we're having climate change in patterns of climate change. Most of us look at all the information we look at as like 100 years. There's always been schools. God gave us schools. God gave us this system of memorization of things we weren't interested in, bulimically put on a piece of paper, having that tested, and then forget them. So our whole educational system, we don't have a learning system. Our whole educational system is based on short-term memory. And you are basically judged and marked on your ability of short-term memory, which sometimes lines up with your actual intelligence. But not always. There's people in this room who will say they don't test well. And there's people in the room who test well. I think I test better than I'm smart. And I know people who don't test as smart as they are. But that's not how you learn. It's not how you learn from your soul of solving a problem that you think is worth solving. And of taking subjects that I am in a fortunate position by accident. And he knows my life, and he knows what a failure I was and what a mascot I was and how I didn't amount to anything for most of my life. I mean, at 45, I was destitute. And I don't have a profession. There's nothing I do well. I can't do a working drawing well. I can't write specs. I'm an architect. I have a, whatever it is, a master's degree in architecture. I graduated first in my class. I can design fine, but I really can't do the trade. Nobody would hire me. I'm absolutely undesirable. He certainly wouldn't hire me. You wouldn't hire me. Get your hands off of me. The only reason I did that is I'm 83 and was sick, and I'm trying to see if I still have it and I can speak fast. You can touch me. But I don't find it so undesirable, a little terrifying, but not undesirable not being hired. Not doing anything that really is useful. But literally, I'm not hireable. I'm not invited to schools because the faculty don't like me, because I don't think what they do makes any sense. And I'm somewhat vocal about that. No, I don't go down the street carrying a sign like a crazy person, but I think it's known that I think the educational system is completely bankrupt. Now, many people say that, but what they want to replace it with is they think that paying teachers more money makes better teachers, that smaller classrooms make better learning, that music, you have to have music to make it good, you have to have this, they want to solve it with a list of things. Now, some of those things are probably good. They're not wrong in themselves, they're just not the journey to learning. The journey to learning is one thing, and doing your homework and paying teachers well and doing other things well and having choices of music and art and other things is another thing. But what is the act of curiosity of learning? What is the act of actually listening to somebody's conversation? You heard I corrected him when he said the heartbeat. And I said, no, it's the lack of a heartbeat. It's listening to every single word that somebody says to see if it's understandable, whether you understandable or whether you're sloppy and you just let the words go by. You just let the diagrams go by. You just let the map go by. You just let communication go by. I am on duty all the time. It offends me sometimes when people say things that it would offend me not correcting it. Now it offends them when I correct it. But that's just tough titties. It's just what it is. It's just what it is because I have to keep in training. I have to keep in training to think about thinking, to think about, is it understandable to me, or am I conning myself because it looks good? There is this path that we take, in architecture for sure. Will it look good or be good? There's a certain place where we're thinking of how it's going to look. I believe if we just make it good, it will look handsome. And yet that's a struggle to make that decision. It's a struggle to make that decision in how you dress. I wear pajamas all the time. These are pajamas. I don't have pants. I don't have a suit. I wear pajamas because they're comfortable. And I get them free when I travel first class on a plane. That's what I wear. The shoes I wear are made by a mutual friend. I like those shoes. I have 4 or 5 pair of different colors of those shoes. My wife does not like this color. They're called Hubbards. They're the most comfortable shoes I've ever worn.
Absolutely.
Did he tell you something about 15 minutes? He could say that, He could just say, you got 15 minutes. Well, when you run something, you can just be transparent. Nothing has to be snuck around. No, I know you're laughing at me, but think of a life where you don't sneak around and say those things. Where you just are above board about everything. It's the way life is.
That was always the fun with the TED conference, because you would be here, there would be Jeff Bezos and Sergey Brin and all these people, so you want to be impressive, and right over there sat Richard. And
I was on stage all the time.
All the time, and it was, oh my gosh. Because sometimes you would edit.
Well, if somebody was giving a speech or giving a talk or something, there was no lectern like now, but if they were giving a talk that I was lost in it, I just couldn't understand it. Sometimes I would interrupt them and say, do you mean such and such? Well, I interrupted him once when he was talking. But I don't find it.
Or you'd say 2 minutes.
Or I would walk behind them and stand behind them. I did that frequently. You probably saw me do that, dear.
Some of you in the audience might know
Stand behind.
Some of you might know Brenda Laurel, who wrote a.
I thought Trump learned that from you when he
No, but it's very effective. Somebody be speaking. There was no. I'm doing this slow because I told you I've been a little sick. First of all, I would always stand here so people would be a little nervous that I'd fall off. No, but that was purposeful because it got their attention. And then they cared about me, and they didn't like me, but they cared about me, about what injury would happen, what would happen to the rest of the week that they spent $5,000 on. And so if somebody was standing here giving a speech, because I kept on pushing people to the front, I would stand behind them. I would just get up quietly, very quietly. And they would be standing. I just stand behind them. Now you know when somebody's standing behind you. They don't have to touch you to know something. And then they'd say, I think Richard wants me to bring my speech to an end. I thought it was gentle. There was no clock running. And I thought it was reasonable because I invited these people because I wanted to hear from them. I didn't have a committee. As they didn't, there's nobody here who told me to invite you or to invite, they were so happy that these gentlemen came. And it's quite unusual. He really broke into a schedule that's so busy. He is such a busy, important guy. I mean, he's gotten a gold medal from the AIA. He's gotten everything you could get. Well, you're somebody special. And when he gives a speech on his own, not this funny little conversation, he's about as poetic. He's the most poetic speaker about architecture that I know around. And when he starts showing his slides about the black smokers and the fish and the fish-like creatures, and when he first showed Dumbo, I don't know if you've seen that white octopus that has big ears that looks like Dumbo. It's now called Dumbo. I think you guys probably named it.
No, Dumbo octopus.
It's now called Dumbo, but what was it when you first called it? Did you name it? Somebody else called it Dumbo.
It must have been one of the first, but
yeah,
sure.
Is Dumbo octopus nourished by acid?
Yeah.
Yes, ultimately, but he feeds on all the other animals too, the crabs, the worms, whatever.
From the white crabs and the white that are...
But not oxygen.
No, the sulfuric acid-laden water, which is hot. And the tube worms, their heads are in water that is what temperature? It's close to freezing. What is it?
3 or 4 degrees centigrade.
And their lower part of their body down the tail is about 200 degrees.
Near boiling, yeah.
Near boiling. So that's one single creature whose head is out, looking around and going in and out of these tubes, these white, strange white creatures. And they're in this tube, a volcanic tube, and their tails all the way, or I guess it's their tail, the other end of them, and is near boiling, the same creature. And that's how they live. And they poke in and out, they go in and out. They're always going in and out. Very amazing. I know many of you have seen some of those films. They're worth seeing because it's part of our Earth, and it is not a part, but the largest part of our Earth is made of this 71% of the surface, and he said 2.5 miles deep. Now that was revelatory. There was a scientist who came over to the United States in 1899, moved to Chicago. He was a baby. He came over family came over in 1899. And he was a physicist by the name of Rabi, R-A-B-I. Eventually got a Nobel Prize. And he went to school in Chicago. A lot of the kids, they all went to school. And the kids all came, and this is part of his Nobel acceptance speech. Not the way I'm saying it, but the content. That the kids, all the other kids came home and their mothers would say, "So, what did you learn at school today? What did the teacher teach you at school today?" His mother, when he came home, said, "So, Isidore, Robbie, so Izzy, did you ask any good questions today?" No, that seems trivial. You realize those are opposite things? They're absolutely opposite ways of thinking about everything in life. What is the opposite of things? Another physicist, a Danish physicist, who got the Nobel Prize also, who used to have violent arguments and debates with Einstein, even though they were both friendly. They were friendly, but very strong debates, which is another whole subject. People who have strong conversations with each other and create things, as opposed to this dancing around the maypole and joining how happy we are and da-da-da, you know. And he said when he had a profound thought, he was quite arrogant. When he had a profound thought, he realized that the opposite of that thought was also profound. Think of what that means. Think of what that means as you design something, as you talk to somebody. Think of the opposite of what you're saying, and even in a building. And you know, I believe, this is what I believe. I don't know that you know that, and I've never talked to you about this. I know in Lou's office we talked about it. But work on something, and what is the opposite of what you're working on? Does it have meaning?
It's a good test.
It's a very good test. And sometimes it's better than what you were working on. And you see a new life, a new vision of what you're doing. White is black and black is white. A space is one thing and it's another. It's fascinating. And it's an easy mental exercise to do in explaining something to somebody. This is the passion of my life, of trying to find ways of looking at things like I've never seen them before. And some of you know of the law I have on latch. There's only 5 ways of organizing information. It's not science. I just thought it up one day and wrote it down, and then everybody said, "Shit, it works." And now they think I really did research on it. There's no research. It was me sitting with my thumb in my navel. And I have a theory about innovation. There's only 5 ways of innovation, which I call a nose. And one of those 5 ways is the opposite. All right, I think we've done fine for this session. I am deeply indebted to the gentleman on my left and right. And I think you might stay, but you're welcome to go if you want to go. There's going to be a break, and then we'll probably invite some people also up from the audience, and who I don't know. And if they flubber, we'll send them off, and they'll be embarrassed. They'll be cocky coming up here, and then embarrassed going away. Well, that's the way life is. It's a good way to go out, right? Then they won't be so anxious to talk. I never take questions. I didn't take questions at TED. If I know, this will be the last thing I say. I know you want me off.
Yeah, I just want to take a break and then.
I understand, but you want me off in a break. You want to take a break? I want to say one more thing. I could have said it in all this conversation. That if I had asked the audience at TED, there's no doubt about it. This was the people. It was Jeff Bezos, and it was Steve, Bill Gates, and Sergey Brin, and Larry Page. All the people. They were all there. But if I'd ask the audience, you have a choice. Would you like to be able to ask questions of the speakers, or would you like just go on to the next speaker? Overwhelmingly, they would vote, they would want to ask questions. And I said, well, there will be no questions. And there will be no questions because questions basically come in two varieties: bad questions and speeches. But there will be a 1 hour fully protected break where you can talk to each other and find everybody, and everybody is accessible. The speakers will be there the whole time. Talk to them. With that, I end this session.
One moment. Okay. Well, thank you so much. This is so wonderful, and I'm so glad you're all here to do this. We're going to continue, just have a 15-minute break. So take a break, use the restroom. There might be some coffee left, and we'll start again in 15 minutes, right on time.
No, I'm going to, I'll probably stick here. How long do you
She's like, can I do, how can I do this in the most professional way? Let me just stand up so you can do that. All right. No,
I told him.
That's fascinating. Also, I know the creature you're talking about is biologically in the same world as snails. Isn't that odd? They would be the bosses of color.
We assume. But I told them,
So I thought the opposite might be good. But like, it's like another level. Yeah. No, true. It's like another level. Open that cup up. And then but then I thought you might say I was
everything that was on it.
It wasn't that long. Strawberry. And then I can't quite taste it. Oh my god. Your banana, you only get coffee on your plate with my name. Yeah. One thing. Yeah, I would. padres, like Richard Saul Wurman. I'm like, why don't you come to Moshe, friends out there, if you study the no, I was like, just why would you? Click for my eyeshadow tutorial. Not? So what is show my appreciation. Okay. I have a story like that too, though. After that, so that's like the thing that you literally like take the hair and like, yeah. You just cleanse it out. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like to make it like edgy and literally just melt it. It's so bad. I hate that. It's scary. That's your custom. And then not add more than So why don't we just unless like with the layers, like
How about SCD?
Yes, that's perfect.
Oh yeah. I don't know where she went though. There was somebody sitting there. I'm not sure if she went to the bathroom.
Oh, okay, fine.
I think that's it though.
Huh?
I don't think anybody's there.
Oh, okay. If I get called on the stage, will you take a picture?
Yeah, of course.
That's all.
Yeah.
All right.
No.
Too close.
He's my professor.
Okay, so we're going to get started in about 2 minutes. We will do the first 2 raffle prizes while we're waiting for people to come back in.
Just take your pictures, that's all.
So the first is...
If people could fill in the seats, just, I know it's a little trouble on your part, but I really do look at faces when I talk. If you could move from the back forward, I don't mind if you get up while I'm talking and leave because you're bored. It doesn't bother me. No, it doesn't. People left when I talk. I don't feel rejected. so I'll be talking about it. We don't have, we will have 2 hours.
There are plenty of seats
I just
closer to the front, so please.
I would appreciate it. And then I'll get up.
So understanding is Mr. Wurman's latest book, and it's such a beautiful book. I have my own copy, and it's I think it's just such a wonderful book. So we're going to give that away, and then the other is Information Architects. And earlier today we were talking about being at the end of the alphabet. W, Z, both at the end of the alphabet. So the first winner for Understanding is the only person with a Z last name who checked in, and I hope I pronounced it correctly, Zhang, Z-H-A-N-G. I apologize if I didn't get that right, but you have to be here. So if Jing is here, then after this session, just before lunch, come on up. I think Mr. Wurman will sign the book. And then the other winner I picked with a random number generator, 8th letter of the alphabet, 7th person who checked in, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, John Henson for Information Architects. So again, John Henson coming up after this session. So for this session, we got started a little bit late, had a longer break, so we'll go until 12:15 or so, give or take.
Give or take 15 minutes, because I'm going to leave at 12.
Okay. All right, then. Let's get started.
Why don't you interview me, talk to me, and then see if there's any bright eyes. I made an announcement before we started. I'll make an announcement, but now it'll be firmer. I would particularly appreciate those in the back to move up to the empty seats in front. I do not care if you get up after I speak for 1 minute, 15 minutes, somebody else speaks and you're bored. I will not make fun of you or I will not be insulted, but I like to have faces to look at when I'm here. It just is more comfortable than trying to make any eye contact with people in the back. So just come up. It's a little bit of trouble, but really not that much. So just fill in up front, please. Thank you very much for your courtesies, including those who aren't courteous and are still sitting in the back to the left, and who didn't have good upbringing. Or listen to their elders. Or give the respect that somebody like myself needs. And who continue to come in and sit in the last row. Okay.
Some of them are moving, Richard.
Some are
Some
moving.
of them are moving.
And they will go to heaven.
I feel like we're already here, Richard. Okay, well, I think it would be great for as many of you who would like to engage with us as possible to be able to do so. And as somebody who's taught from Richard's work for many years, I have I'm very fortunate to have my former students now all over the place. Been teaching for 12 or 13 years now. And some of my former students are in the room. And so in order to get this thing going, I'm going to invite Anand to come up, if you will. Anand is a graduate of the University of Michigan School of Information. You might have to go that way.
Really a dumb stage.
Yeah, we'll design it better next year.
Well, lots of times I sit on a stage and it's two sections with the wide aisle in the middle. So the 100% room, part of the room that you talk to is empty. You're talking to an aisle. I mean, how dumb can you be when you design an auditorium? Or they have the lectern to the left or the lectern to the right. That means these people are better or these people are better, or why should it not be centered?
Anyway, that's a sidebar.
Perhaps I can make the sidebar be the main event, just by talking about how different the world would be if information architecture thinking were applied to places like this one. And I'm curious, Anand, how long has it been since you were a student at the University of Michigan?
2011 to 2013.
Okay, so about 7 years ago you were a
You're
student?
going to have to speak better into that for everybody to hear.
Oh,
Tuck it into something and
sure.
fix it for him so he gets it. Because I couldn't understand what you're saying, and it's not just the accent. I couldn't hear it. No, it isn't. I was humble.
There you go, sir. So 7 years or so?
Yes.
Do you remember learning about the work of Richard Saul Wurman as a graduate student?
Yes, that was the first book, Information Architecture, 2nd edition.
Okay. And in your recollection, when you were learning about information architecture, and especially whatever it is I was trying to teach from the work of Richard Saul Wurman, do you recall it fitting in with the other things that you were being taught at the University of Michigan?
Yes, definitely. I think first few lines from your lectures, if I could recall correctly, in 2011 fall semester was about how to make sense of lot of information like Google searches and stuff. So I recall that correctly.
And in the, okay, that was a little bit surprising. I was trying to lead you to make a statement about the difference between the way that Richard's sense of information architecture is and everything else that we learn in our field of information science or what have you. But it sounds like your experience is that it fit. Okay.
Next.
So then moving on from your student times, now you've been in the workforce working as a user experience designer. Is that approximately correct? Is that the way you call yourself?
Yes.
In the work world, do you find Richard's ideas about information architecture to fit
say yes.
any better or worse?
This is a setup. It's not what we want.
We haven't talked with each other for 7 years. I'm curious.
I know, but it's a setup. When you ask a question, do you find the man sitting here, do you find his work helpful? No, I think he's an asshole. I mean, come on. This is not a setup. This is a way of getting at looking at life. A number of people call me a contrarian. You've heard that term. Yeah. And this is not meant as a joke. And I say, I am not a contrarian. Everybody else is. Because each of us is doing what they're doing, and everybody else is not doing it our way. I'm not a contrarian. I'm not doing things to be different. I'm doing things to be clear, to be good. That's not a contrarian. I'm not sitting with my legs this way instead of this way because that's the way everybody sits. I'm just doing me. My goal in life is to play me. That's the role I got. I didn't even have to audition. So I'm not a contrarian. I'm trying to just be comfortable with me. If I ask you a question, it's because I'm interested in having that question answered, not shine me on, not go someplace else, not lead him. I'm not mean to criticize you because I happen to like this young man. I mean, some people, I don't like a lot of people. But just, how do you get at what some person thinks? Or how do you get them to tell their truth, whether you object to it or not? By the way, I forgot to tell you, the Danish Nobel Prize winner is Niels Bohr. I didn't tell you that before. Niels Bohr was the one who had arguments with Einstein, but I just remembered up there that I didn't finish that sentence. I remember what I say, and I realized I went over all the things I said in my head. Now, I wasn't born with that ability. I don't have a photographic memory. I haven't memory of things that interest me. So my memory is that whatever I say here, I didn't know we were going to talk about anything. I didn't practice what I was going to say here today. But the things that they did, I mean, I could speak, I mean, he's gone now, but we'll be getting together soon again. I could speak with Billy Lang, who's been sick a little bit, his photographer buddy, and Dave Gallo for hours about various technology. One of my bears, I used to give away teddy bears at TED, and they took one of the bears down in the Alvin, clipped to the Alvin, and they put it on Titanic and then picked it up and have it back at home. It got squashed with the pressure of the water to nothing and then whoop, rebounded when it came up. So I've known him for a long time, and there's lots to talk about, because everything connects with everything. You don't have to know about anything to find out about it. You just connect it with it. Everything has a little thread to something else. You don't need expertise. I mean, you see, we were all over the place in talking about things today. It's because everything connects. There's nothing that doesn't connect. And you have to give yourself permission. This book here, which is a big book, that has one message in it. A lot of my friends are in it. A lot of my buds have written things in it. About half of it is my writing, and then I write comments by my friends in it. So there's Frank Gehry, you've heard of him. There's some famous scientists. There's Hasbro. There's Monopoly. Is one chapter's on Monopoly. Just think about Monopoly. Monopoly. A lot of people play Monopoly. Now, there's certain things you learn at 10 years old, was when people play Monopoly. That if you just play Monopoly, you play. But if you think about things, level. What is Monopoly? What is its essence? What is its existence will? What is all about Monopoly that you talk about a major building? You learn strategy. You learn about money. You learn about ganging up on other people. No, I mean, these are real things. You learn about competition, winning, losing, fear, real estate, cities. There's about 20 different things you learn that you were never taught by your parents, and you were never taught at school. You learned playing Monopoly. Did you ever look at Monopoly that way? Have you ever looked at your experiences in life of what patterns you see from every single thing you do? I do. My head is a tree of connective material, of everything that connects to everything else, and how it reinforces everything. I have a fun head. It's fun. It is interesting. I'm not happy. But happy is not a goal of mine. Interest is a goal of mine. So I said several times, I've been sick. I've been sick for the last few years. This is the first time I've left Miami, and I came only because I had this date. I built a whole series of other meetings around this date because I was going to be here, and all the meetings I've held are at my hotel, so I'm really trying to protect myself. I had a hard time going up 12 floors to the bathroom. I mean, bathrooms should be right outside the doors, of course, of an auditorium that seats about, 480, something like that. What does it seat? Does anybody know? 500? Anybody know? When you rented the auditorium, what did they say? 460. So I said 480. So I was close. You should be able to do that. You should be able to look at an auditorium and be that close. Because it's part of life. If you're looking out there, you should have an understanding of what it would be if every seat was filled. It's not a special talent. There is nothing special about me, except I don't have a filter between my brain and my mouth. Well, gets me into a lot of trouble. But it also helps me a lot. In other words, I tell the truth. And the truth sometimes is inappropriate to the situation. I have a difficult time at cocktail parties because it's not anything about the truth. The last large cocktail party I went to, this is an exaggeration. Much conversation is about exaggeration, which is shading the truth, and I understand that. I went up to somebody because I don't like it if I don't know anybody. I am insecure. If I know some people, I feel better. But if I don't know anybody, I don't like saying, oh, what do you do? Anyway, I went up to this person. I said, what do you do? I am really Joe everybody, honest to God. I don't believe in God. Well, I had to self-correct that. And he said, well, I am a doctor, but I went back to law school after I got my medical degree and took law so I could do medical law. But my real passion is running. Love to run. And I said, sir, you've just mentioned the 3 things I hate most in life. And I turned my back. I suspect that wasn't polite, but there were so many people there it didn't matter. He probably thought I was a nutcase. Just tell the truth, see where it gets you. Just say, I don't understand what you just said. Now, all upward mobility in various things in academia and in business is going, uh-huh. Uh-huh. What? Uh-huh. And you're trying to make believe you understand what the person who is the next notch up is saying because you don't want to look stupid. Think of the advantage of saying, I didn't understand a word you said. Would you please explain it? One, it shows your courage, your honesty, your curiosity. Your movement upwards will be much faster telling the truth. You don't lose by telling the truth. And yet we think we all do. Think of the little story about Isidore Abi. What questions did you ask? Not what your teacher taught you. Just think of all day, you just try to think of good questions. Socrates, remember that guy? No, probably don't, but just look up the Socratic method. He just asked questions. Now, he was shy of trying to prove the answers to questions because that was not part of early Greek philosophy of finding proof. It was just coming up with the philosophy, and they didn't have the scientific method yet in their book of learning. But shy of that, asking questions, my goodness, it's just about the questions. This new book on death, every page has a question on top. And the page answers the question. Duh. I mean, isn't that what you want? You want to go through a book, see a question you want to have answered, then you look at that page. Why read the whole page if you're not interested in the question that's going to be answered? I mean, this is not being bright. This is not even clever. This is just embracing who we are as people. Embrace yourself. Be honest with yourself. You're not honest with yourself. You're trying to show off all the time. Everybody's showing off. Yes, show off. You don't have to do anything. Just live an interesting life. Just, what is the opposite? Talking of opposites, what's the opposite of an interesting life? Being in jail. No, just think of it. What is less interesting? What is the least interesting thing you can do? Is it be locked up in solitary confinement, be alone, having nothing to think about, read, do, see? To me, it's being buried alive but not dying. Terrifies me. I can't watch a movie when somebody goes into the jail room because I identify, this is one of my problems. I have a lot of problems. One of my problems is movies. I identify with everybody in a movie. I know it's on a television set. I don't go to theaters because I can't get up and pee all the time. So, well, when you get old, you've got to get up and pee all the time. You want an aisle seat on the plane. But I don't go to movie theaters because I don't like all the people, and I like talking during the movie. I like saying, woo! The background, that guy wasn't there. In the other scene, he wore a different jacket. And my wife can't stand that. And she can't stand it when we watch television at home. I'm doing that all the time. I try to curb it. But I'm looking at everything because I want to see. Think of the two forms. We live a life. I'm telling you all the things you've been taught that are so fucking wrong. You've taught in your life that you want to have a surprise ending to a movie. We can't tell you the ending. We're holding the ending. You know, something that they write it in the text. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. What are the two highest forms of entertainment? Shakespeare, opera. Those are the two grand things. There's not an opera you go to, you don't know the story and the ending. And there's not a piece of Shakespeare, you don't know the ending. You don't read Shakespeare and say, whoa, I didn't know that Hamlet was going to stub his toe. I mean, come on. What do you watch for, listen for, hear when you read Shakespeare, see Shakespeare's plays, or go to an opera? You go for the art of how they play out, the particular and specific art of how they play out this story that you already know. And then you see it again to see if they do it better or worse. If you really like a movie, it's better the second time. If you really, really like a movie. I'm not talking, maybe you all watch horror movies with Legos in them, I don't know. But if you really see a movie that's fantastic, you watch it the second time and you see, oh, that's how I missed that, and that's how they play that out. Ah, I see a clue there. This person coming in, I didn't notice the first time. That's how they handled that. I didn't quite get the dialogue the first time. Now I know what they said because they mumble through movies now.
Can I nominate someone else?
Yes.
If Joan is here, and Lily.
Me?
Joan?
Yeah.
Would you like to join us?
I'm talking about
Go, Joe. I wanted to walk on the catwalk.
And while Joan is coming up, do you have a question? I was trying to tee you up to ask one. You might have one of your own, though.
Go ahead. Question.
In your book, you say learning comes in moments.
In which book?
Information architecture. That.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask if...
I'm sorry, I thought I turned my phone off. I beg your pardon, but it is Bach. Okay. Go ahead.
If you would
I heard
like to
the
explain,
question about moments, yeah.
Yeah, if you would like to explain one of your moments.
I don't know, but to me it seemed like there was this fiction I was being told that everything's a continuum, everything's based, this is somebody's life story, this great wave of things. And I realized that my life is just moments, and moments really change me. He knows it a lot because he's doing my biography. And when we talk in moments. That there was a moment when somebody asked me to go to give a speech or something occurred, and that really set me off. It wasn't da-da-da-da, just slowly moving on. It wasn't like I do step one. I wasn't learning to walk. I'll tell you about learning to walk. It's a fascinating story of learning to walk. The simplest things are fascinating. What you're doing is learning how to go through the terror of falling. Because walking is putting a foot out, losing your balance, which is terrifying, gaining your equilibrium, and then doing it again. That's the reason it's hard to learn to walk again, or to walk the first time, because it's filled with terror. It's filled with terror, and you have to get over the terror into the confidence. And life is terror and confidence. I'm terrified all the time. I'm confident all the time. In equal measure, they don't cancel out. Ma'am.
Hello.
Ma'am. Hi. That was my high.
Pardon me?
That was my high saying ma'am.
I got it.
So what's the question?
So the question, I'm not sure. I actually haven't read that much of your work.
That's okay.
But one of the things that I know about you that I think is really interesting is you seem to have a very checkered work history.
And
that can be taken several ways. How are you saying it? It could be checkered being good and bad. It could be checkered that I change what I do.
I guess it's what you change what you do. And you were talking earlier about being kind of broke or very broke at 45. And I'm really interested. I'm in a point in my life right now where I have to do some reinventing. I thought something was secure, and it's turning out not to be so much. And so I'm looking for some inspiration here.
Well, I can't give you inspiration. I can just give you an example. That would be more like the Wizard of Oz giving somebody courage.
I didn't ask for it. I was looking for it.
No, wait. And I wasn't using it as a pejorative. I was just saying what I can do. I can just say that I failed a lot. I don't like to fail, but I embrace it.
Can you say more about that? You don't like it, but you embrace it.
I hate to fail, but I know it's going to happen. And I know from the failure, most of the times I learn how to do something better when something doesn't work. All science is like you fail, you fail, you fail, you fail, something works, you succeed. Most of science is about failure. Many things are about failure. It's what doesn't work that you learn what to do next. It's not by what works. If you're doing works, you're inventing a better paperclip. It's just, you don't go from what, I don't go. Some people do. They try to do something and do it a little bit better all the time. And that's just boring to me. But it can make you quite successful. It's not that it's not a valid method of living your life. So I'm not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. There's a whole story about that too, with a baby in the bathwater.
Okay.
But it's every one of those little things there's a story behind. Hearth, I mentioned the word hearth. What is hearth? I won't tell that story. But when I use words, I know in my head what their derivation is, and it makes it more interesting to use the word. You know, raining cats and dogs, hearth, baby with the bathwater. They all have medieval histories. My life was destined when I graduated the University of Pennsylvania. Was destined to be a well-known architect. I was a fair-haired boy. I graduated first in my class. Took more courses than anybody had ever taken. Got the gold medal, the traveling fellowship. He told me, which I just learned recently, that the second book on Lou Kahn, Scully, who was the top professor at Yale.
Yeah, in art history.
In art history, but he was the top professor. In other words, more people came to his class even though he was in art history, the way Stephen Jay Gould was in biology, geology, was the top professor at Harvard, and the way Richard Feynman, who we mentioned earlier, was the top professor at Caltech. They were in different fields, but they were not the top professor in that field. They were the top professor in the university in a popularity contest of people lining up, faculty and students wanting to get to talk. So Scully wrote the second book on Lou Kahn because I was 26 and wrote the first. I was way of getting a plug in then.
For an out-of-print book.
Anyway, in the book he said he's reading this book on Scully, and Scully names
Jurgala, Charles Moore.
Charles Moore, Jurgala, Venturi, and myself as being the next wave of great architects. They're all
the inheritors of the tradition of Lou Kahn.
Yeah, and they're all 10 years older than me. I didn't know I was in there. And they all have gotten the gold medal from the AIA. So that was my destiny. I was the fair-haired boy. And I realized that really interested me. I got a job with Lou Kahn. But everything else interested me too. I got really fascinated by cartography. I never took a course in cartography. I got fascinated by medicine. Never took a course in medicine. Always interested in biology. I got interested. There's some sports I like to watch on television, and they were never explained to me. I love to travel, and I couldn't find a good guidebook. At one time in my life, I bought a house in the Hamptons. I had to buy a car, and there wasn't a good road atlas. Everything I did came from not being able to find something that made it understandable to me, and I went off and started doing those things. They were all changes. They were all terrifying, I started from zero in every one of them. I had no money and no family money. And not a good personality. Well, I don't. You see what I'm like. I'm a little shitty to be with sometimes. I'm abrasively charming. I am charming. I know you find me charming, but from a distance. You know. I'm not charming to be with all the time. And I know that. I'm not going to change it. I'm not purposely not charming. Or I'm not purposely abrasive. But it is thought of as abrasive when I correct people or say things. And I'm not doing it to look smarter. I'm just looking just to straighten out the record. It's like I'm recording everything and I want the record straight. Or if I forget to say something like Niels Bohr, I thought, well, I was lax in not saying that. I was giving a reference and I didn't give who it was. So I would, by all means, encourage you to do something and accept failure and see the strain in it that leads to something you have some passion about. I mean, even to the point where I had nothing, I did what I wanted to do. I never had a windfall profit. Nobody asked me to do the TED conference. Nobody has ever asked me to do a book. I've done 80 or 90 books. I don't have a publisher. I don't have a PR person. I do not sell them in bookstores. I have nothing. I don't do anything. It is remarkable that some big foot hasn't come down like they do
Monty Python.
In Monty Python
Yeah,
and squash me. You got the image, right? And I had him come to TED, and he spoke. He's the only American that does this.
Yeah.
I'll think of it.
Brazil, the guy Brazil guy. Terry Gilliam.
Terry Gilliam, he came to TED once.
Yeah.
But I love that. And that's the way I feel. Why didn't somebody come and squash me? I really, I'm really fortunate that I have such an interesting life, and I'm rich enough. I don't need anything. I have plenty of money. I'm fine. I have nothing to complain about. I'm not whining about anything. I'm not whining about not being asked to give a speech or asked to do a book or asked to do anything. But I failed a lot.
You might notice. I don't know if you're not really looking at me, but
Well, that's why I wanted the chairs around, but they wouldn't do it that way.
I'll go like this. I'll move it.
Yeah, no, it's chairs around. Just make it. You don't have to face the audience. You're talking to me.
No, I'm talking
Go
to
here.
you, and I can't even see you. So
Well,
there we go.
I agree.
Well,
I told them to turn these off. I can only do it once. I can't do
Turn
it
this
twice.
this way. Okay, you might have noticed I'm not a teenager. So
To me,
I
you're
have
a
failed.
teenager. I'm 83.
Okay. All right.
So go ahead. You were saying.
So, no, I mean, I've failed before. But it's not that. I think it's really something, I'm very impressed with the fact that I'm like crawling up to 60 at this point. And every time I know that I have this like milestone in my life, it's because somehow in my youth I've cursed myself because I have some ideas
That's
about
all
what
bullshit.
it meant to
No,
be.
that's bullshit. I mean,
It is bullshit.
two
I'm
years
saying
ago, 2 years ago, I have a friend who has pockets, deep pockets. And he said, what do you want to do next? And I said, I have this idea about taking 5 subjects, and I have this mantra, which is understanding precedes action. Therefore, I would like to understand 5 subjects without telling anybody what to do about it. Now, you think that's easy, it just
I'm
flips
not
off my
sure
tongue.
I know what that means.
It's very difficult. How would I explain the healthcare system and not give you advice about curative health and preventative medicine? How could I explain the educational system without talking about learning and giving advice that learning is more important? How do I tell these subjects? How do I talk about safety, war, the environment without saying what you should do? How can I move before people talk about action to actually make them clear so you ask better questions? He thought it was a terrific idea. I told a few people, they thought it was a terrific idea. He said, what do you want? I said, $2 million. He said, fine. He wrote me a check. I have good friends. It's not to be funny. It's just that I have trust in people. So I started putting together a team to do it. And you know,
I got to go watch that team try to work, and it didn't.
but they were all enthusiastic. But what they were enthusiastic for is me to tell them what to do. And I realized that at 82 then, or 81, I was going to be running, because we all had to meet in New York. That's where was the centroid of where all the best people were. I lived in Florida. I realized that at 82 I was going to be running from a distance a 10-person office. So I called up my friend. I said, I'm writing a check back to you, $2 million. I failed. I didn't think that would be the result. I didn't think ahead that would be the result, so I failed. But you know it's a good idea. I know it's a good idea. I peeled off one teeny part of one of the 5 things. So I peeled off preventative health care and curative medicine. And I went back even another step to death. And I said, I'm just going to make death, mortality, understandable. That seems to be, if you had a point A, it's life and death. It's first breath to last breath. And that's what I was thinking. But I had failed. I had told everybody I was doing this big project. It was humiliating. Except now what I'm doing, I'm having more fun out of it, and it'll be just fine. But I go through all these processes of having big ideas, failing, doing something. My whole life is doing that. I accept that. It's all right. Now you can say, well, you can afford to do that because you've done all this work. Yeah, but I don't have family money. I don't have anything. I don't have a job. I don't get a paycheck. I'm okay. I'm lucky. I said I'm lucky. I'm fortunate. It turned out.
One of the other things that you do is that you take risks.
Oh, yeah, absolute risks.
I interviewed Frank Gehry for this biography that I'm working on about Richard, and specifically about Ted. And I could feel the sadness in his recollection of Ted when you ran it, and he went to it several times after you stopped running it. And I wanted him to tell me, what is the difference? And he said, well, Richard took risks.
Well, to me, it's, you don't feel your blood course in your veins unless you take risks.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. You step off the curb, you're taking a risk. And you're not doing it with somebody else, you're doing it by yourself. I feel failure all the time. I feel risk all the time. I feel that I'm betting myself all the time. I am not proselytizing, and I'm not trying to start a movement. And I don't want to see anybody walk behind me. I'm just telling you about my life. If it touches anybody and gives you some courage to do something, fine. If it doesn't, it's okay too. I didn't invite myself here to talk.
But talk you will.
Well, if I'm here, you're supposed to get your money's worth. They paid my airfare. You paid my airfare. So I'm talking. That's what I was hired to do. So it's what I'm doing. That's all I know how to do. I can't type. I can't type. I've done all these books. I have to dictate into some machine or other that was alive when I did the books and have it transcribed by somebody. And then he's one of the men who transcribed most of my last book. There he is. Paul Kinderi. We're still buds, right?
We are indeed. Better man for it. Your handwriting is awful.
Why is that not surprising?
But I'm dependent on everybody, correct? But they all come out Wurman.
Yes.
And you've worked on many different things of mine. So that's what it is.
I want to hear more about death. What are some
You're
other
alive,
questions?
you're alive, you're alive, you're dead.
So that's the whole book.
Four chapters.
I had to flush it out. Well, when I was talking to somebody before, and just yesterday, somebody showed me an article from the New York Times that was about there's many different definitions of death. You can be brain dead, body dead. You can be dead in the sense that your body's inoperative or you're in too much pain. Compassionate Choices believes you're dead when you have too much pain to really want to be alive. So the desire to be alive. There's religious things about death. There's all kinds of things about death. It's not just death. It's different ways of looking at death, something that happens to all of us. So it's just the ways a baby being born, is it born if it has, as a vegetable or whatever? I mean,
Right.
there's different definitions of just the simplest. They seem very grim, but they're very real. A fascinating subject. Where do the people who are over 100 live? The woman who died a number of years ago at 128 has just recently been proved that that was probably a fiction. That it was really her, and France was very boastful about it. It's in Guinness Book of World Records, and it's being proved that it's probably wrong. That she lived probably only to maybe 104, that she was really, she changed things because of tax purposes and assumed her daughter's life, and who was younger, and then she was older, and then got a lot of notoriety for being 128. Basically, the cutoff point today for age, you will be hard-pressed to find somebody with a provable background more than 117. And that's the number around the world that comes up. Now, you might find a 118 or something else like that. But at the moment, if you go through records, you find 117 being the cutoff point.
Because we kept shitty records before then, or why?
No, just because we don't have substantial records that are provable.
Yep.
Birth certificates that are provable, not made up, not word of mouth within the family or the town wanting somebody. After about your late 90s, people lie about how old they are and want to be older, because when you break 100, you get a lot of bennies. Yeah. You know, free turkey, Thanksgiving. You know, and no, I'm just telling you what I found out. This is just what I found out. And it's interesting. I wouldn't have found it out if I wasn't interested in this topic. You know.
No, yeah.
So, but I've just led to it because I couldn't think of anything dumber than death and life. Dumber in the best sense of the word dumb, the way Lucan used to use the word dumb. Dumb being just the beginning. One of his late speeches was beginnings, 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 I love beginnings. Well, there's no time better in any project than the beginning. Now, I don't think I'm supposed to talk, because you're supposed to ask questions and I'm not supposed to answer it, not talk much.
That's not true.
Wait, do you want me to make a speech then? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Or a bad question.
Or a bad question.
No. What I would really like, and this is no problem for you, I would like him to ask me questions because he can ask me questions that he knows will lead someplace because he knows enough about me. Or give me negative comments. Give some negative comments about. No, but you could give them some negative comments about me. He's doing this book on me, and I said it's authorized but not censored. So I'm giving him names of people who I know don't like my work and like me.
Well, Dan and I can talk over you about his work.
Some of the people in the audience might be familiar, taking your prompt here. Anybody heard of Edward Tufte, who teaches visual design at Yale? Yes. Mr. Wurman and Mr. Tufte have been described as like the difference between the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. You know, both of them are essential to the history of a field, but they come at it from completely different places.
I like his work. He purposely doesn't like my work. I don't like him.
And so
kind of balances out.
But I like his work. I think you should buy his book. Which he did not design, which Bonnie Scranton, who used to work for me, designed, and he doesn't give her credit.
Scranton.
She's terrific, by the way.
Yes.
And she likes him. And his wife is lovely.
So one of the criticisms of your work, Richard, and your work with Nigel Holmes, who you're working with on the mortality book, if anybody here has heard of Tufte's epithet, chart junk, behold, one of the chief proprietors of Chart Junk is Richard Saul Wurman. To Tufte's critique, the way that Wurman and Holmes make charts visually interesting. There's a chart that Nigel did about abortion that used a fetus as the bar, or as the pie chart, let's say. That's what Tufte points to as, how dare you How dare you bring data to the presentation that isn't about the topic? And the counter argument, at least from Nigel Holmes, I'm not sure what Mr. Wurman's argument would be, is that he's trying to give the reader a way in.
Well,
and
he was
that
doing this
same
for
data,
Time Magazine and newspapers. It was not a medical, it wasn't JAMA, it wasn't
That's right.
the New England Journal of Medicine. You wouldn't do it that way.
But Holmes's argument is, I want the audience to have an entry point that they can identify with, and I want them to understand. And that approach has been criticized as inappropriate.
I have criticism of some of his work, and I have criticism of a lot of my work. You know, I don't like everything I've done. You know, half of my books I hate. There's a few, I only point out a few that I like, you know that. I don't like my work. But at a certain point I stop doing something and do something else because I can. So, you know, I'm not in love with my work. I'm in love with the fact I get up the next morning and do something else. That's all. I used to teach a lot, and I've taught architecture, urban planning, basic design, graphic design, cartography. And I've taught at Cambridge in England, I've taught at Penn, Princeton, USC, UCLA. I just don't like having to do something. In other words, showing up. And realizing that in a class of 20, just for a number, there was only 2 or 3 that cared in a visceral sense. It wasn't enough for me. But I did it for years because I was totally broke. I needed the money. I just needed the money. And I formed a lot of ideas by hearing myself talk. So it was very useful for me. And it was a way at a certain point for me to do some books and hear myself talk and give some speeches. But I haven't in quite a while, because the way I do things is not necessarily the best way. It's just a way. There's no best way of doing things. I don't think I'm right. I just think I represent a way of doing things that's interesting. But I think if you disagree with most everything I'm saying, you're going to still have a fine life. I am not a religion, and I'm not espousing the best way of doing things. I'm just telling you about how I go about life. And what my goals are. Your goal might be happy or it might be money. And it's fine. This is not a heavy-duty talk. This is not somebody that's selling anything. I'm not selling any of my books. The last book where they're going to give away, where'd they get that? They had to buy it?
Amazon.
Oh, they bought it. Well, nobody asked me to give me a book. I would never have had my book up here. I would never show my book. You were not at TED when I ran and allowed to talk about your books, or your next book, or a charity even, or anything do-gooder. I hate do-gooder people. Really hate people, do-gooder people. So the book I just sort of did because I could. And it's not a way, it's my way of life. It's not trying to tell you a way of life. And what it tries to do is give you permission. Don't buy it. Just open and page it if somebody has one. And you'll see all these buds of mine, like Frank we're talking about, like David Blaine, who's a pal, and like, I don't know, E.O. Wilson's probably in there. I don't know if E.O. is in there or not, the biologist. Yeah. A whole bunch of people in different fields. They're talking about how Steve Johnson, Stefan Sagmeister, they all talking about how they go about understanding something. It's all different. There's not one way. They all go about their life of how they make something understandable. Well, I'm giving you permission. Yeah. What?
That was the 5-minute man. That was the 5-minute Dan. We saw him before as a 15-minute Dan.
Oh, okay.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you have written these many books and you said that you write books about things that you don't know anything about
before?
No, I do the book if I don't know about something I'm interested in and I can't find a book that makes it interesting, or makes it understandable. If I find a book that makes it understandable, I would never do a book.
So my question is, how do you divide the subject into these topics, because you don't know the subject earlier before?
Because I am so incredibly smart. It's off the charts. It's remarkable to spend a day with me, and you'll see. It'll be like a revelatory thing, a revelation. How could this person know so much and be so smart and know how to sit down and do something he knows dick shit about? How do I do it? I do it. I don't know how I do it. I sit down and I get innocent and I think, well, what is the most basic questions? And that's what the book is. It's my most basic questions about a subject answered. And the most basic questions are never asked or answered. That's it. You know, what are the top 10 ways you die at different ages in different countries? Is that right? Is there something smart that I just said? No. But you start putting that down in a way that you understand, and you think, holy moly, there's something I never understood before. It's just that simple. I draw a picture of the human body and I point lines at each part of the body and give the name of the specialist that treats you in those parts of your body. Where do you find that? Well, I didn't know that, so I did it. I mean, this is not, there's no magic here. It's just embracing your ignorance, which is basically one of the first sentences I said an hour or 2 hours ago. I embrace my ignorance. There's nothing, this is a repetitive thing now. There's nothing wow about my life. My life is Mr., as I said, Joe Schlug. I just do something and tell him. Is that not true, Mr. Kadarian?
True. Yes, your simplicity is so complex it boggles the mind.
That just boggled my mind.
Paul just said Richard's complexity. Simplicity is so complex it boggles the mind. That is awfully well said. Well, and if I may, to your question, what I've observed is that Richard physically sits with the material. So to the, how do you break up the content areas? He's fortunate to have a hotel room with a long enough linear place. He's got page spreads from this new book laid out on the floor, and he's physically present with it. For understanding, there's 80 plus some chapters in there. There were 89 or 96 piles in your office, and the piles move around, and the piles start talking to each other, and he's present with his discomfort and what does this mean in a physical way. That
whole book was done basically with 3 people. I had a young lady who had an architectural degree. She was 26 from a third-rate university, college. And she came to work for me. I hired her at $12 an hour on an hourly basis because she was going through her senior year or master's degree or something. And she needed money to go through, and she was selling coffee in Newport out in one of the Bannister's Wharf or something. And then I thought she was bright, and I liked her, and she came to work for me. And then I thought, well, I think I'll do this book. And it was originally going to be called Worship the God of Understanding and the Angel of Clarity. Really pompous. But that's what it originally was called. I even had mugs put on with 80 because I was so proud of turning 80.
Kind of sounds like a biker gang, also, a little.
So I started working with her, and then from Newport, Rhode Island, I moved down to Florida, and she came with me. And she had never done any graphic design whatsoever. I said, learn InDesign. I can't learn InDesign. I can't type. So I told you that before. So, and I can't use a computer. My iPhone I struggle with, but I can do calls and email. And text, that's it. And I can see the news, CBS News. And so she learned InDesign, and I designed the book. Now, since I had some of my buds, I made phone calls and asked them to send in things, or I interviewed them on the phone, asking them questions, half of them were that, and we fixed up so I could record the phone call. And then I recorded a bunch of stuff, and I sent it to Paul Kadarian, who lives out wherever he lives, in Rhode Island. And you're not supposed to give people's addresses out because you could be bombed or something. Send him a letter bomb because he knows me. Anyway, so he transcribed it because he's a very good writer. He writes magazine articles. He also is an actor and you know, would-be stand-up comic, but not for me. Not for me. Well, he's not funny to me. I don't know how to say it. How do you say that? I guess
you
I
just
said
did.
I just did.
You're a tough one-man crowd, Richard.
Anyway, I would send him things, and he knows Wurmanese. I speak a little differently, and he's used to it because he's interviewed me twice for magazine stories. And so he would send it back, and then it got put in the booklet I designed, and she did the InDesign thing, and we sent it to the publisher. There was nobody else involved. There was no editor. There was nobody else. That whole big fat book that he held up there was done with 3 people.
It weighs 7 pounds. I've carried it around.
Oh, I didn't send it to any reviewers. It's not sold in bookstores. The only place you can get it, if you know it's there and exists, is Amazon. I don't care.
That's a good way to close.
No, but I'm not trying to put you in the spot. Is that correct? You were.
We did 33. It's just the 2 of us, basically, in your design, right?
But the book before that was called 33. It was called 33 because it was the 33rd anniversary. It was a sequel to a fable I had done 33 years before. And I did that whole book. We talked together for 2 days. And then it got transcribed, and I designed it, and somebody gave me the paper. Kid Heinrichs got me the paper from Safdie, and I went to the press run, and we did a book. And it's out of print, by the way, now. We printed 10,000 copies, not reviewed, not in bookstores, not sent around. 10,000 copies got sold in about 4 years. Word of mouth, viral. Period. Now I can say it, and I don't care. Thank you very much, everybody.
Testing? There we go. Well, thank you so much to everyone who has been on stage today, planned and unplanned. I have a couple quick announcements before lunch. So first, again, the 2 raffle winners coming up. This afternoon, we have, Dan will be coming back, and we have 4 other really wonderful speakers. I'm really excited to hear what they have to talk about. It'll be a change of pace, so please stay with us. We have lunch in the atrium. I'll talk about this first. Before you leave today, please try to fill out our feedback survey. We try to improve the event every year, and we need your feedback. There's a paper version which you can get from a volunteer or the registration desk. There's also an online version. And you want to help plan this event next year, World IA Day Boston 2020. Again, you can put your email address on that feedback survey, and I'll be in touch. Lunch is in the atrium. We have more than enough lunch for everyone in this room. There is a vegan and vegetarian option, one of the sandwiches. If you submitted a dietary restriction other than that, there should be a meal set aside for you. The atrium might be a bit crowded. There's more space in the Kennedy building just down the block. That's the MassArt's dining room, cafeteria, and Pete's Coffee. And we'll meet back here, that says 1:15. We'll meet back here at 1:30 for the afternoon talks. Any questions? Great. Thank you again.
There are 5 of Richard's gifts here. If anybody wanted
Because I know there was a message there, but during the recording I wasn't getting that. I didn't even see it.
Oh yeah, that's so I can focus.
Yes, so we're shifting to more of a podium moment. So I don't know if with this we're still in front here, but if at all possible, we should go here. Yeah. Yes, there will be slides at this point. Yes. The speaker.
So why don't you let's do a test if you can stay
Relative to
Be very careful of this.
Was that unplugged? Because I know he had moved it from there.
Yeah, I think it's very fragile, so just don't touch it.
Yes, yeah. I lose her when she goes out.
Yeah, down to a better weight.
Yeah, so try to, yeah. The expression a little bit.
They just randomly selecting people for the raffle? Apart from a few things, I think it probably keeps repeating the same thing over and over. Like how he said that there are some people who can work something they didn't know if they want to put it in. Right.
I can give you my Twitter handle and you can DM me or something. Do you want that? So I'll do that. Or an email. Kind of the same thing. It's just my Twitter handle at Gmail. So it's JAY EFF VEE at Gmail. Perfect. Okay. And I'm JFB on Twitter. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Helena. Probably I was a Boston fixture for many years. Yeah. I've lived here for 30 years and then I moved to Safdie. No. I don't teach. I work as a experienced designer. Maybe. Oh, you did? Great. Did you ever know people in the piano class? Did you ever live? No, but I lived there from age 19 to 21 with my cool jazz boyfriend. They were married.
when Fort Point was cool, when there was the sculpture park, when it was not.
Price of those tiny houses.
Yeah. Damn it. Interesting. That's kind of cool. Yeah, interesting. It's nice to know because I might have to move back to the Alrighty.
We still have that.
Kind of great.
But up here.
Okay, and now let's see what neighborhoods I should be looking for. Is someone here?
Testing? Okay. All right. Well, that was a great morning. I probably need to stay away from that. We're going to get started with our afternoon. Just out of curiosity, how many people here are working or studying in a UX, user experience, or IA related field? Okay. What about library science, information science, data science? Okay, there are a few. Engineering, product development. And did anyone come just because you were interested in, but you don't work in any of those fields? Great. So we did the first. We did the first 2 raffle prizes. I just want to read the names for the 5 more. So we have 2 copies of Before You Could by Heather O'Neill. And sorry, I might have trouble reading the names. Winnie Kwong Sito and Jennifer Racinos. So if you're here, come up at the end of the afternoon. Maybe we can get them signed. And then for Rosenfeld Media, $100 off coupon, Alex Yap Dubois. Free Acture license, Christine Fair. And that name was already called, actually, so we'll pick another one for proto.io. And if you don't want the Acture, then you can give it to someone else. Sorry, I think Acture is amazing. I should know that. That came off the wrong way. Acture's great, but not everyone uses it. So we're going to get started with our lightning talks. We'll do 4 20-minute talks. We'll have, I believe Mahima is not able to stay, so she may, it's up to her, but she may take questions after her talk. The other 3 talks, we'll do a combined Q&A afterwards. Then we'll take a little break, and then have the closing keynote with Abi Jones. And I think that's about it. So I'll introduce Mahima Pushkarna.
a second there to get set up. Okay. So, can you all hear me? Okay, fantastic. So, I'm Mahima Pushkarna. I'm a UX designer at Google AI, and I work at the People Plus AI Research Initiative. And today we're going to talk a little bit about assumptions. So, we're going to start with a small story. So, in 1991, this album was released. And the artists that released this album saw record sales like they had never seen before. Can we guess who this was? It was Negativland. It wasn't U2. So Negativland was an experimental sound collage band, and they were most frequently engaged in culture jamming. This was the year the internet started, 1991. So the only way you could actually find out about records was going to the record store. They very sneakily and very intentionally named their band their album U2 after the Lockheed spy plane U2, which was designed right up front and center. So needless to say, fans of U2 started to take notice, as did the band itself, and soon they found themselves in the eye of a media storm. So what did Negativland do there? They relied on the one assumption that they knew fans would make, that on picking up this record, they would believe U2 released a limited edition album named Negativland, not the other way around. Worked for them. But the thing about assumptions is that they're incredibly powerful constructs. We rely on them every day to appropriately interact with each other. They lend validity to scientific experiments. The primary charge of UX research is to validate and verify assumptions. Now in Google, I work in a front-end research team where we design visualization-based products for machine learning. And our goal really is to understand how these algorithms work, try to unpack them, and try to figure out what logic goes on in them. And it's also to help other people understand what's happening in the algorithms that they're using. So things work a little differently because we're free to set our own agenda. We usually start with experimenting with the technologies that we have available to us and see how can we push the fold, how can we make some sense out of these. So the very first step that we must undertake is to just verify the technological feasibility of our ideas. The goal is to arrive at a proof of concept that we can safely assume is A, scalable, B, useful, C, will come up with some meaningful results before we invest in them full steam ahead. Now, a lot of our products look like this, and they're incredibly sophisticated tools, as you can imagine. Researchers and developers use them for very specific tasks. But the thing is, the researchers and developers who use these tools all have varying levels of expertise. And they all come from different fields of study. It's not always machine learning. They could be students, professors, developers, industry people who are trying to improve their smart products. And as a result of the specificity and the novelty of our tools, the only way we really get feedback is by shipping it in beta release mode, usually in the open source world. As you can imagine, there's a lot of excitement in the air, a nervous sort of excitement. It feels a lot like this. Because we have to acknowledge the fact that we've relied on several assumptions to turn our niche experiments into products at scale. Luckily, most of us follow evidence-based design. The goal there is to design products that perfectly suit our users' needs. UX research will bring these nuanced and very granular features to the table that set the tone of the products that we design. UX design, on the other hand, will craft very intuitive experiences that end up in successful user experiences, successful tasks that users have achieved. And we, as we all know, a successful user is equal to a successful product. But even in the strongest, before that, so what is our real job? It's to help users help themselves. But even in the strongest of UX research and design partnerships, what I've seen frequently is that assumptions find a way of creeping in. The questions that we really have to ask ourselves is, how do we recognize these assumptions? Where do we look for them for sources? How are they going to present themselves in the product experience that's going to follow? When do they hit critical mass? And most importantly, how are we going to recover from them? Now, these questions are incredibly important, but they're really hard to answer, especially in products that have no precedent whatsoever, or in products that are targeted at incredibly specific, very niche or underserved audiences. We usually see this when we're designing applications and softwares for very specialized industries like aviation or energy or even healthcare. Our power users are usually experts or are aspiring to be experts in their domain of expertise. And they have this huge appetite for any sort of tooling that will help them do their job better. Think of what Lightroom and Photoshop does for photographers. It's pretty much the same thing. Another scenario which makes it supremely challenging to answer questions about assumptions is when product teams set out to generalize one product which was designed for a very specific and local problem. This is an example of one such problem. It's the what if tool. When we were creating this, we had this grand goal. We wanted anyone who works with a machine learning algorithm to be able to check its performance on a data set of their choosing in a very intuitive visual interface. But the other catch was we wanted a code-free experience for them. This was the first of its kind, so when we actually looked around for best practices in order to inform our design decisions, we came up with very little. There's also a lot of specialized knowledge baked into this tool. Yeah, it's pretty overwhelming at first sight. But the thing is, our audience was very inclusively defined. Anyone who works with a machine learning algorithm. We were thinking data scientists, engineers, doctors, financial analysts, even policymakers. So what we needed to do was we needed to make this information very accessible. So we created a lot of features. And these features supported a whole lot of tasks. They were also encodings of what we interpreted statistical concepts to be. And before we knew it, they were notoriously interacting with each other. We would pull one slider and something else absolutely unexpected would happen. There were many user paths, and it was incredibly challenging because we didn't know where to go ahead. What we needed to do was we needed to debug our UX. And to do that, we had to go through the looking glass into a world where logic works in reverse, right? Instead of asking, does this what if tool address all our users' needs? We flipped the question. We asked, from the perspective of the tool, who are the users? And our superpower in this scenario was assumptions. Now, an assumption is something that we believe is true, but in fact may or may not be. We make assumptions to manage the complexity of our design decisions and also to evaluate the impact of them. So how are assumptions useful in design? When we clearly articulate our assumptions, what we're really doing is we're externalizing our implicit decisions, our biases, and any conjecture that we might have built into the UX. It helps us find our blind spots and patches of noise so we can actually get past them. But because it isn't enough to just simply verbalize an assumption, it just goes into air and then nothing happens from it, we needed a structured way of thinking about them to make assumptions work for us. And this is where assumption mapping comes in. It's a 5-step structured process to unravel complexities in products. We use assumptions of a priori knowledge that users might have in tandem with the functionality of our products to ask questions that we might have previously missed. But it also gives us this ability to create these fake user descriptions from the features in our products, which we can then test and validate in real life. A few weeks ago, I read an article about a journey map. And these are some things that we've always been using in design for a very long time. Essentially, it described a journey map as a visualization of an individual's perspective of their relationship with a product or a service. And at that point, it hit me, an assumption map is pretty much the inverse of it. What we're really doing is we're visualizing a product's perspective of its relationship with individual users. So needless to say, something like an assumption map would work best when you have a proof of concept or a prototype or even just a set of mocks to rely on. So I want to discuss more about assumption mapping, and we're going to use the what if tool, which is this incredibly complex piece of tooling, to look at how that works. So step one, to begin, we need a very clear product statement. And this is true not just of research-focused softwares, but anything that's innovative, that is addressing a moonshot goal or a stretch goal, and in a scenario where you don't really know how things are going to eventually turn out, right? This product statement is essentially an ideal vision that all stakeholders can agree on, right? It's what we want to get done. And this is going to be our true north for the duration of the activity. We can come back and change it later, but not when we're time boxing it for assumption mapping. A good product statement will very clearly, very concisely, and very explicitly describe three things. The first is the core offering of our product, in this case, probing with machine learning models. The second thing is the intended user. Who do we hope to design for? Anyone working with algorithms. And finally, positive and negative caveats, constraints that we're going to work within. In our case, we wanted it to be code-free and we wanted to use data as a lens. Now, the second step, which is a little more exhausting and requires quite a bit of rigor, is systematically making a list of all features and their methods. Now, methods. That is something that we don't frequently use in UX. So what is it? What are methods? What are features? Just a quick overview. A feature is anything that a product helps users achieve. For instance, creating a bulleted list. A method is how a user might achieve that. You could hit Alt-8 on your keyboard to start a bulleted list, or you could select a blob of text and press a button and boom, bullets. So that's how we're describing methods and features, and I'm going to be using that taxonomy as we go through. So first, one feature per post-it or sticky note, and put them into swim lanes like this. And the reason we do this is because there are going to be many methods for different features. Now, we write down one method per sticky note, and you can have as many methods as you want, as long as it's true to the current state of the UX. There will be time for brainstorming later, but we need to focus our efforts here. And if you do feel like you're going out of scope, that's why we have the product goal. So put each post-it into an appropriate swim lane like this, and this is what it looks like. For instance, if you were to edit a data point, you could do so by double-clicking a chip, creating a new feature, undoing your last change, deleting values, renaming features, and so on and so forth. And you can do this for a variety of actions within your tool. Now that we've done that, we need to organize these into meaningful clusters. Clusters that effectively users can get behind, or at least engineering can get behind and say, yes, we know why this does the things that this does. Once you've done this, once you've set up these meaningful clusters, we now move them and we look at them and see which are the ones that we want to get rid of. We slide them around, we put them closer here and there, just to see where we are missing things, where things might show up, and also finding spots like that one, which are not going to be discoverable. Now, I'm not saying don't brainstorm. It's great to brainstorm. Add a whole bunch of things in there. But at this point in time, the concept of a parking lot becomes incredibly useful. And this is something I encourage everybody to do when they're trying to figure out their IA strategies. A parking lot is something where you can come back to later, but still stay within scope. Don't get rid of anything. And we're just going to use our product goal as our guiding north. Now this is where the real fun begins, right? You add in a characteristic axis. Now this axis is really a continuum, and your methods can slide along these. In our case, we were interested in expertise. So we set it up as a beginner or a learner, an intermediate user, or a power user, or an advanced user. We started moving things around. We saw that some method clusters were actually very basic, when others were far too advanced to be even in the intermediate pile. We moved create a new feature to an advanced level because this was really only useful if users were going to go in and play around with their algorithms later. We realized that a beginner is going to be most likely to be undoing a lot of action, so we made sure that that was up front and center. Intermediate users were going to be more comfortable adding feature values, deleting feature values, doing things like that. So we made sure that every cluster was in an appropriate location. We didn't have to be too strict about it, but just strict enough. Now that we had our meaningful clusters for different kinds of users, it's time to start to expose our assumptions. And I cannot stress enough how important it is to write out every assumption that you can think of, no matter how trivial. And also, I cannot stress how important it is to have fun with these assumptions. So what do assumptions look like? Like this. And these are assumptions for just 2 sets of features. Actually, no, I think this is just for 1. This is only for editing a data point value. So it goes all the way from saying, oh, a user has not encountered any errors up till now. That is one assumption, all the way to the user knows what they're doing, and also reloading a data set means all your edits will go. What are things happening? So there are a whole lot of assumptions, as many as you can think of. These assumptions should include all the information that a user might need to effectively execute these methods. Now, as you go about articulating your assumptions, we have to critically evaluate the user experience from 3 perspectives. The first is as an individual standalone method. How would a certain method fare if there was no way to go further down that path, right? What sort of baggage and knowledge would users bring in order to use that feature successfully? The second context is a method as a part of a larger feature, right? What other methods support the one that you're considering? And how do they change the interpretation of the one that's in question? The third thing that's important to think about is how do these features and methods live in the entire product ecosystem? Are you relying on the same pattern one too many times? Is there a better place for your method or your feature to live? And can this method or feature create conflict with something else? Now, using these 3 context lenses is just one way to come up with assumptions that you've built into your product experience. The diversity of assumptions is very critical in making sure that assumption mapping and generally thinking about assumptions is a successful process, right? In the What If tool, we had a very diverse team. We had UXers, we had front-end engineers, we had research engineers, we had faculty members, data scientists, mathematicians, and machine learning experts coming up with all of their assumptions. But the other thing is also thinking about the diversity of your users, right? When we were articulating our users, we initially thought of internal teams in Google who were going to be using this tool. So they would be thinking about algorithmic usage of text, of video, of sound. But then we also thought about students, about researchers, about teachers who were going to use this tool, policymakers and journalists who were going to use this in their inquiry. And we found that we knew that we were on the path to success when we could not find even one feature or one assumption in one feature or one method in an ocean of assumptions. So what happens as a result of assumption mapping? And what happened with the What If tool? For one, we had a very clear picture of the product that we were designing, where it stood and where it would go. The second thing was we started to see where things were going to get icky and how icky they were going to get. We could draw out connections between different features, different methods. We could find some features which were incredibly critical to the overall user experience. we also saw very specific dependencies show up. The third thing that we saw is a bunch of standalone features and methods which had nothing to do with the rest of the system. Clearly, we could deprioritize them, but not really. This is what the new what if tool looks like now, after an assumption mapping activity. It's a considerable difference. We've had to rethink our strategy in many ways, including and dominantly information architecture strategy. We decided to focus on certain features, and while we axed a whole lot of previous features that we had planned, a few of those standalone features that I mentioned had to be retained, and that was only for expert users. But the thing was that in doing this exercise, we were able to prioritize what went into an MVP and what really was useful. Another amazing thing started to happen when we did this assumption mapping exercise. We started to see what sort of users we had designed for. And this was incredibly illuminating. It's like a grand reveal when you find out that the users you were designing for are not really the users you are envisioning as you're designing. It's a strange sort of internal battle. We found that there was a very clear distinction between our basic level users and our intermediate level users. We had been thinking about our learner users as people in institutions, students in institutions, and self-learners who were typically from a different domain expertise. But we also realized that we were thinking about our basic users as experts in different domains which were influenced by machine learning. We also found that we had the most number of assumptions for our intermediate users, and this was perfectly fair because we envisioned them to be software researchers and developers who were going to be using third-party libraries in machine learning and off-the-shelf models. These were people with a specialization in computer science who were responsible for actually deploying the intelligences you engage with every day in your products. Our power users overlapped significantly with our intermediate users, but they had their own set of unique characteristics. We envisioned that these would be people who were comfortable enough to play around with model architectures, come up with new ways, and really pushing the paradigm of machine learning. But we also assumed that they had a strong interest in fairness, how these algorithms would perform on special slices of their data. Eventually, all these profiles were corroborated by UX research after a beta release, but they also gave us an incredibly important signal on how to move forward. This is what happened with our product statement. It was a lot more tight, it was very neatly scoped. We no longer were going for a code-free experience. Instead, we moved to this idea of minimal code. And that was because we wanted users to be able to go back and actually edit their algorithms after playing with the what if tool. We also changed our audience a little bit, but not too much. Instead of thinking about anyone and everyone, we focused on technical teams within which there might be a couple of non-technical roles. For instance, product managers or even UX designers like myself. We did keep a lot of the original work. We did keep the fact that this was going to be a probe for machine learning models, using data as a lens, and a visual probe at that. The thing that I enjoyed the most about assumption mapping was I had a very clear brief, a very clear design brief for each specific feature. I was very able to clearly articulate ABC is the kind of user who's going to use this particular bit in the software, and this is what their user journey might look like. One huge change that happened was instead of focusing on onboarding them in one page or one GitHub document, we took it up, split it into a whole lot of digestible bits, and spread it across the entire user experience. We completely rethought our information architecture strategy from the perspective of beginners and intermediate users. But at the same time, we didn't ignore our experts or our advanced users. We gave them external links so that they could go in and see how the numbers that we gave them were actually calculated. They could go straight into the mathematical formula and the related literature behind it. So these were a whole bunch of things that happened as a result of just going through this activity of assumption mapping, which is fairly straightforward. But mind you, by no means is assumption mapping an easy task. It requires a lot of rigor and a lot of patience. It requires being able to detach yourself from what your core beliefs are and what your core values are. And it's all about getting into the weeds of what you have assumed to be true, but may or may not be. There's also a risk to assumption mapping. We could add layers of complexity even more than we already have, or even worse, complication. But you can trust the fact that these are going to be scenarios that you will have to contend with in the future. Now, in my case, I was designing for a beginner, an intermediate user, and an expert user. You could be designing for a new parent, a mother, an aunt, or a grandmother. You could be designing for an English speaker, a non-native English speaker, or somebody who just doesn't speak. Acknowledging your assumptions is about designing for difference. When we design keeping in mind all these assumptions and all these intuited fictions, we become more sensitive to people other than ourselves and people who are not like us. When we challenge our assumptions, we end up going past the rut that we get stuck in a very unselfish way. We are challenging our one investment in one reality and turning that into a variety of investments in a variety of realities. It becomes essential, if not critical, for good and ethical design. When we design for difference, and when we design for our assumptions in a way that challenges them, in a way that questions them, and in a way that grows them, what we're really doing is we're growing our own ability to think critically. We become unafraid of voicing our concerns. It makes us give generous feedback to our peers. We are unabashedly playing the devil's advocate for all the right reasons. We see things as they really are and as they really will be. And when we do something like that, we're designing for difference. And when we're designing for difference, we're creating more holistic and more inclusive products. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
That was fascinating. Can you hear me? Okay. I was just going to comment. It's interesting because our assumptions are tacit. We take them for granted. It's very difficult to put our finger on the assumptions that we're making. And you've talked about a way to elicit those and map that out and actually not just identify them, but find the architecture of those assumptions. And that forms a whole that's greater than the individual parts. Anyone have a question? You can come up and talk through my mic.
I'll yell it. The characteristic axis that you identified in that example, learner, intermediate, expert, is that something that you have to, I'm imagining that's different for different projects, and something you have to arrive at as part of each project, what that right spectrum is? Can you just talk to that? Sometimes you get the wrong one, you got to redo it with a different axis, a different characteristic axis.
Right, so the question really was, can you respond to the fact that you had this one axis, how do you get at it? What happens if you arrive at the wrong one? So you could do this entire exercise multiple times over in the span of designing the same product for different axes. So you can imagine a space where we're looking at, from the perspective of the product, a beginner user. That means this is somebody who is using these, somebody who's coming in to use these tools for the first time, maybe the 5th time, maybe the 6th time. But at the same time, a beginner could also be somebody who is an undergrad student who is taking their first machine learning course, for instance. So there are many ways of interpreting these axes. So yes, you do have to think of multiple axes and sort of weigh them and see what is most important to you at that point in time. But by no means is doing this activity once useful. Another thing that happens is when you go through an activity like this is when you're looking at those user profiles that get generated, even if they're fake user profiles, you'll find that maybe there is another axis that you need to think about. So to your point, yes, multiple axes, do it many times over, learn every time, grow every time. So the thing in design is that you have a lot of tools in design. It's all about appropriateness. What kind of tools you pick are usually a factor of what you're trying to do. So there's no such thing as one method being better than the other, assumption mapping being better than journey mapping, or the other way around. You could use both of them together, or it might be that you're trying to solve a problem in which assumption mapping will just not work. So both of those are perfectly good independent processes, and you can use both of them together multiple times over and over, because every time you do an assumption mapping activity, you're trying to change things, you're trying to poke holes in your system, and that might in turn affect your journey map. You might poke holes in your journey map, and then you find that, now I need to go back in and change some other things in my product experience, and then this cycle continues till you're in a satisfied place, really. So use as many methods as you can. It's just a matter of rigor and how deep you're willing to go and stress test your product experience.
Maybe one more? All right, well, thank you, Mahima.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Heather O'Neill. So for the next 3 talks, this is a little experiment, but we'll do Q&A together after the next 3. So what I'll suggest is, so you don't forget the questions that you have, tweet them to @WIADBOS, short for World IA Day Boston. And I'll collect them over the next few minutes and incorporate that into the discussion.
Just a moment. Yeah, no, I just didn't want to marry you. Cool. Actually, should I use the wireless mic or should I just use the podium mic?
Up to you.
Does this work? No. Okay. Podium mic. Good choice. All right. So I'm here today to talk to you about unpacking difference in design. The World IA Day theme this year was designing for difference. And as I sat down and thought about it, I thought about, before we get started, this is a handy URL if you'd like to see my slides on your screen instead of on this one. You can get it there. You can also get links to anything that I've linked inside the talk. And I'll be posting more resources after the talk as well. Cool. So I was thinking about how do you design for difference? And what I ended up concluding is there's a lot of things to unpack there. And today I'm going to unpack 4 different things for us. Those being difference, empathy, diversity, and inclusion. And so let's just dive right in. I started thinking about what is difference? What does it mean to think about designing for difference? And so I went to the dictionary. Difference is defined as a point or a way in which people or things are not the same. Okay, that makes sense. That sounds like difference. So if we think about designing for difference, we're saying we want to design for ways in which people or things are not the same. And I said, well, that sounds good, but let's take it a step farther and say that what we really want to do when we're talking about designing for difference is to design to accommodate ways in which things or people are not the same. And I think that's an important distinction because we can design for it really badly, but if we're designing to accommodate it, maybe we're giving it more consideration. And in general, we all agree that yes, we should do some level of this. We should consider different ways people use things or do things or think about things and different ways things work and accommodate a myriad of them. That's why we have UX design. So then the question becomes, how do we do this? And in UX design, we have a word that we love. It's called empathy, right? Our goal as UX designers and as people who think about the people who are using our products is to help them understand how to use it, to put it in the right context for them, and to make it work. In short, to empathize with what they're feeling, how they're thinking, and what they need to get ahead. However, if you really want to design for difference, and if you really want to be successful, empathy oftentimes isn't enough. I know, I've just ruined everything we know about UX. But I'm going to walk you through an example. So this is from the music app Pandora, and if you try to download it on your phone, or if you go to their website and you're not signed up, they ask you to fill out some information in this form. And the first thing I want to point out when you're thinking about empathy and the person who is designing this form is that they ask for your gender. But you only get 2 options. And regardless of your personal feelings, people identify with more than 2 options for gender. And with this, you're saying that only people who identify as male or female are expected to be listening to music right now. That's not exactly true. Okay, so we'll go with that. We'll say that was just a big fail. But maybe they didn't think about it. Maybe they don't know anyone who's trans, who's gender non-binary, or anything like that. Let's keep going. Then they said, well, all these fields are required, and I bet people are going to wonder why. They have to give us their birth year, they have to give us their gender, and they have to give us their zip code. So we should probably put something on the website that explains it for them. So they're empathizing, right? Yeah, we should probably consider that. When you click on why, you get these screens. So it says, we use your gender to personalize your Pandora experience. We keep your registration information anonymous. Oh, cool. And then zip code, it's the same. And then I was like, okay, birth year. This makes sense because if you're under 13, you can't have accounts on the internet for yourself. You have to get a parent permission. If you're under 18, you can't necessarily listen to explicit music without parent permission. There are rules around birth year that make birth year actually make some sense. Nah, they don't care. Right? Empathy. So that was really surprising to me. So I clicked on that read more button, and it takes you to the same place no matter which one you click on, which is this page. And it explains to you, well, Pandora's free service runs on ads. So we just have to have this information so we can tell our advertisers. But don't worry, because we tell them anonymously. Okay, thanks, I guess. Like, they even explicitly call it out. We're personalizing your advertising on Pandora, and we may pass your information on. There are 2 things about this that really get me, though. Number 1, there's no option to just get generic ads. When you're in Google, you can ask Google to try to basically make you sort of invisible. I'm blanking on the word, I'm sorry. We'll come back to it, you understand. But you can't do that in Pandora. You are always going to be identified by your gender, by your zip code, and by your birth year. And that's going to influence the ads you get, and it may even influence the music you get, which isn't really super cool. The other thing that bothers me about this is they say that it's because it's for the free version. But what if I'm signing up right away for the paid version? There's no option to say, don't collect this info because I'm going to pay you money. They're still collecting your info and sort of making a run for it. And they're telling you straight up. And they think, oh, we've empathized, we've explained it, everything is fine. I feel like this is where empathy goes wrong, and this is why I say empathy isn't enough. Because they thought enough to say people are going to want to understand why, but they didn't think enough to say maybe this is a bad policy and we should change this in some way. Or the money didn't speak enough, whatever it was driving that. The main thing that bothers me the most about this that isn't pointed out here is that for kids between 13 and 18 who are signing up for accounts, now they're getting really targeted ads. And if you've ever done any research on what kind of ads kids get on the internet, they are scary. Like, they will, like, you know, Nazis and stuff. Like, if you Google YouTube ads for kids, they put really terrifying ads in between your kids' YouTube videos. If you have kids, or if you're thinking about it, or if you interact with them at all, please make sure you understand how this works. So that is also really concerning to me, because I can't turn it off for my kid either if they're doing that. And so the problem here is that with empathy, you can't ever go quite far enough. You absolutely cannot empathy your way to fully inclusive designs. to designs that work for real people who are vastly different from yourself, with vastly different needs, experiences, backgrounds, and contexts. There's an article by a woman named Harim Manin, which is called The Hidden Privilege of Design. And she talks about this in depth. And the first thing she leads off with is she is working with a team of white designers. And what they're working on is a redesign of the US immigration process, like the app to do it. So this is not trivial stuff. And the people who are working on it, with the exception of Harim, are white people. And at some point she just says, well, haven't you talked to anybody else? Did you even figure out like what it is like for people? Like, have you done any empathy at all? And one of the designers turns to her and says very condescendingly, well, design is about putting yourself in the shoes of the user, so we are okay. As if that is enough. It is not. And I love this picture because, like, you know, sitting around thinking about how to end poverty, so good. So what do I mean? When we interview people from underrepresented groups, we often do this thing where we say, so tell me what it's like to be a person of color applying for immigration, or tell me what it's like to be a black woman in tech. And if I do like 5 or 10 of these interviews, then I'm an expert and I've got it, right? No. It sounds really ludicrous when I say it like that, right? Like, that very clearly is not true. It's very clear that I can't interview 10 black women and then suddenly I understand what it's like to be a black woman in tech. So we know that that's bad and it doesn't work. And it's super horrible too. So not only is it bad because it doesn't work, it's bad because it's really othering. It's like you look at someone and you say, hey, Heather, you're a woman in tech. Cool for you. Tell me about being a woman in tech. Like I'm a zoo exhibit. I'm not a zoo exhibit. I'm just a regular human. But when you frame it in terms of a personal demographic or a personal identity, and then in tech as if, you know, not the normal thing in tech, then you've really taken it and said, hey, you're not normally here. Tell me about your magical zoo experience. It's not a new species of human. So if you've done this before, please stop asking those types of questions. And if you haven't, don't start. A+. Thanks. So, I'm like a third of the way done, y'all. And one of the ways that actually this comes up is in the movie Moana. So when they made the movie Moana, they didn't want to do a bad job. So the writers, the directors, the producers, I think even the actors, the artists, everybody involved in the story spent weeks with different Polynesian cultures to understand how Polynesian culture works, what are the mythos, what are the different things. And they made a pretty great movie, I thought. You know, good job, Disney. My daughter likes it. But they also messed up a bunch of things. For one thing, Maui is actually usually like a skinny teenage boy demigod, not a big burly man demigod. And they smashed together 3 different myths into one storyline that sort of didn't quite make it in terms of being pretty cohesive. And every time I watch Moana, I think about how wonderful it is and how much more wonderful it could have been if they found Polynesian directors and writers and artists to be involved in the entire creative process. The one thing that they did do right was they actually hired a Polynesian woman to play Moana. So again, good job. But just going for a few weeks, you cannot learn everything there is to know about a culture. You cannot get the depth of knowledge that those people already have. And so that's why empathy isn't enough. But if empathy is not enough, what is enough? How about our second favorite buzzword, diversity? Does diversity help us design successfully for difference? And the answer is actually yes, if it's done really, really well. Like empathy, true diversity is a really good thing. It brings us better results, it creates better products, and when we do it really well, it even fosters a more equitable society, and it takes us miles farther than empathy can alone. Because what diversity does, and having diverse teams on everything that you're creating that reflect the community that they are a part of, it means that the people for whom the product is being built or created or whatever is being made are the ones who are solving the challenge and who are the ones who understand the deep nuances of it. You can think about it this way. It's like if you had a 67 Chevy. You would not go to your neighbor who changes their oil regularly and watched a few YouTube videos on how to fix a 67 Chevy if it was broken and you wanted it running. You would go to a specialized mechanic. In the same way, when we're building products for different communities, we need to go to the people who are actual experts and let them make the decisions and lead the conversations. The reason that we're super bad at doing diversity well is in part because doing it right is really hard. When we do diversity right, it requires us to confront the systemic biases shaped by white supremacy that have created our organizations. And that's really hard, long, involved, and messy work. So most companies are looking for diversity shortcuts. And that's how we end up with things like diversity of thought. On the surface, sounds like a good idea. It's been bandied about a bunch, but I have to say diversity of thought is a huge red herring for actual diversity efforts, even though it sounds good. Awaken CEO Michelle Kim wrote an article recently entitled "Diversity of Thought is Just the Status Quo," and from the name throughout the entire article, she nails it, so I recommend checking it out. Diversity of thought is not the same in terms of impact, value, or relevance as actual demographic diversity. So let's unpack why that is. The first thing is that the whole concept of diversity of thought, on the surface, it sounds good. Some people think about things differently than others. Okay, that's good, that's what we want, diverse thinking, different thinking. But diversity of thought, and also I want to be clear, diversity of thought is not the same as neurodiversity, where people who are ADHD, autistic, and other such things, we want them included in the conversation. That is an important part. But that's not what people mean when they say diversity of thought. It means something a little more like this. We nailed it. Because Adam here, his parents are divorced, and Ted here was lower middle class, right? So it's diverse, and Fred on down the line is wearing sunglasses. We got it. But the problem is that when you have a team that looks very homogeneous and that has a very homogeneous background, even if there are smaller differences and even if there are some life experiences that aren't the same, you still don't get the full breadth of what you need to know. None of these dudes can ever understand what it's like to be a white woman, what it's like to be any person of color. If they're, if they're all cis, if they're all straight, if they're all able-bodied and neurotypical, they can't understand what it's like to be trans, lesbian, bi, gay, pansexual, asexual, disabled, neurodivergent, and the list goes on. And they can't empathy their way there. We already saw that, right? Empathy doesn't get us far enough. And so if your team looks like this, that's not helping you. Diversity of thought just won't get you there. Here's a way I see this playing out. I came across this veterinary hospital recently. And I don't know if you see this, but up here at the top, accessibility is a big thing now because Beyonce got sued for not having an accessible website, for one. It's important by legal standards if it's not important to you otherwise. And so up at the top, they have this very fine button. Switch to the accessible site. Okay, but why can't this site be accessible? So when you switch to the accessible site, who's ready to see this? Yes, all of you. So here's the thing. This is literally a plain text version of their website. That's what they said, here is your accessible site. And it is technically accessible, but it's junk, right? So what you're saying when you build a site like this, and when you say, well, we needed an accessible site, so we made a bonus site, you're saying is, you don't matter to us enough as customers for us to build a nice site that includes you in the first place. Even up at the top where it says return to main site. Well, gee, I know I'm not at the main site now, and so I'm not their main customer. I'm not the main person they care about, all because I needed an accessible website. I still have a cat. Actually, I have a dog. But this is the type of problem that comes when you have diversity of thought. It it's coupled with that empathy problem, right? We can't really separate those two, where you end up with people who are just thinking. And like I was saying before, I can't empathy my way to a full understanding of the experience of a Black woman. But if I hire her to be on my team, to be an expert, I can improve my own understanding, and I can follow the example of her much deeper understanding in order to get there. Those dudes that I showed for my diversity of thought page, they still need to understand the experiences that they don't currently understand, but they don't need to understand them as experts. They need to be led in those conversations and in those areas by other people who are on their team, who are consulting with them, and who are working with them that have the deeper understanding through lived experience. And those are the people who need to be in charge and be leading it. And that looks very different from how we do diversity today, even when we bring people who are not like us onto the team. Which leads us right to our diversity's best friend, inclusion. Inclusion always follows diversity. People say, oh yeah, diversity, oh, and inclusion. As if, oh yes, inclusion. The reason inclusion is so important is inclusion says that once we get a group of people through the door that are all different from each other, how do we make sure they're all equally included? They're all treated well. We don't do this well now, and you can't just do the same things that you've always done if you have an all-white team, if you have an all-male team. You can't just do the same things that you've always done to make sure that people fit in. You need to do something different, and there's a lot of reasons why. But let's look at why that, or what happens there. So this is by the Community for Collaborative Organizations. And they made this basically infographic, which they titled "The Problem, Woman of Color in the Workplace." And so the way it happens is a woman of color enters an organization. She gets hired. Cool. There's white leadership. There's probably mostly white people on her team. But everybody's excited because there's been this sort of understanding and promise that diversity is important. And so they're working on it. They're fixing it. They hired their first woman of color. Excellent. There's a honeymoon period where we all feel hopeful about the future and what's going to happen next. What happens next is the woman of color starts to encounter the ways in which the culture, the team, the products they're making are not inclusive. They're not thinking about things that they didn't realize are a problem. They're people committing microaggressions. It can even be people from HR. But she's trying to go through the process the right way. She's trying to believe that this company really does want to change and they just didn't know. And in good faith, she may set out to try and help them fix the problem. What often happens next is that the organization doesn't respond well, if at all. So they may say, oh, well, so-and-so who used to work here didn't mind if we did that. And they might say something like, oh, well, can't you just ignore that because you know how he is. Nobody meant anything by it. And they get dismissive, and then they get blamey if she doesn't take a step back. And what ultimately tends to happen is there's some form of retaliation. Maybe she gets put on a communication action plan because she's not a good communicator because she brought up stuff nobody wanted to hear. Or maybe she's getting skipped over for projects or promotions, meaning that she's still stuck not doing her best work and not being able to be fully present at her job. And in some cases, and there are cases, and if you want to know them, please follow up with me after, I know a ton, where people lose their jobs, where people get fired over trivial things because they had the audacity to speak up. And this is a common situation. The roadmap where it nicely works out is much less common. And that's why inclusion is so important, and that's why I'm up here talking about it. I was at an event on Thursday night. It was called Diversity in Design. It was a panel, and I was asked to be on it. And when we were talking, we talked a lot about hiring, and one of the women in the audience asked me, she said, she asked all of us, what are some metrics you can track to see if your company's really making progress? And what you want to track and what you want to think about is not just, are we hiring more diverse pool of candidates? Like, did we hire 3 white women and 3 black women? Great, now we have 6 women, 3 of whom are women or black women on our team. That's awesome. But what happens in 6 months? What happens? Do the black women leave and the white women stay? Maybe you have a racism problem. Do all the women leave and then you just get new ones? Maybe you have a racism and a sexism problem. Do all the people who are older leave? Maybe you have an ageism problem. There are lots of ways to track, but I think we stop at, we hired some people, ta-da! But that's not the end, that's the beginning. It's like when you get married, if you get married, the wedding is the first day of being married, not the last. And so you have this big party, but then you have to be married for the rest of your life. And the job thing is not the rest of your life. And I know people get divorced, it's cool. But my point is that when you hire someone to make your team more diverse, it doesn't mean you're done, it means you're starting. And it means the hard work is really just beginning. So you have to think about that when you are thinking about, are we really doing a good job on this? And are we being inclusive? Tasha Morrison is a black woman, and she actually does consulting for companies to help them improve their inclusion efforts. And she has this to say: if you designate a time and place for conversations about race, but freely talk about everything else in the human experience, your space is violent to our, meaning black people's, existence. And she has a ton of other things to say, and she's an amazing person. If you need support with this in your company, please look her up. But her point is so powerful, because when we say that we can only talk about race on Tuesdays in this private office where no one can hear us, but everything else is fair game, we're saying that you can't be your full self here. Because if you've ever talked to any person who is not white, they will tell you that part of who they are, a core of what shaped them as a human, is their skin color, is their ethnic background. And so when we say you can only have a conversation once in a while about that, you're saying you can't bring that part of yourself to work the other times. And that's a form of passive violence. And we need to start thinking about how we're having these conversations, the space we're making, and what we can do differently. Another wonderful black woman, Kai Deborah Lawson, she wrote an article, which I recommend you go look up, 10 things agencies can do to retain talent of color. And she has this to say at the beginning, and I was so struck by this because of how powerful it is. I realized that the way to respect and retain employee of color is actually the same as the ways to respect and retain an employee that is not of color. She's not asking for anything extra, but because of all our systemic biases, because of the pervasiveness of white supremacy in our society, it performs differently. We don't automatically treat people the same, even if we want to and even if we mean to. You can't escape it. You have to constantly be working on it. And so I was so struck by, she said at the very top, and I couldn't fit it on the slide, but she said, I played myself. I shouldn't have even written this article. But she wrote it, and it's there. And if you're curious about what to do, read through it and take it to heart. So we started this conversation talking about designing for difference. And we started the conversation here today talking about designing for difference. And when I come back to everything we've unpacked today, there's obviously a lot more there, and I have limited time. But here's what I ended up with as a definition. If you want to design for difference at your organization, you need to recognize your limited knowledge and give up unearned authority so that an actual expert can be the authority. And that's not easy to do, but it's important to do. And so I challenge you all today to take this home and think about ways in which you can do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Heather. That was very powerful and eye-opening, and I'm seeing the reactions, the comments people are making online. So thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were going next. Yeah. Sorry, mixed up the order.
What's up?
Can you hear me in the back?
I do want to set up. Okay. So I met Alba Villamil through our mutual interest in ethical design, and I'm really looking forward to hearing her speak. Let's just take 1 moment.
Hello? Can people hear me in the back? So hi everyone, my name is Alba Villamil. I am a user researcher who specializes in working with disadvantaged and vulnerable populations. So I wanted to start off with a quick summary of one of the projects that I worked on last year. Can you not hear me? Hello? All right, I can speak louder then. Okay, great. So the current refugee crisis today is the greatest population displacement in history. Out of the almost 70 million people who have been forcibly expelled from their homes, either because of disease, conflict, or climate change, almost 25.4 million of them have actually left their countries of origin. And out of those 25.4 million, more than 20% are from Syria alone. Now, most of these Syrian refugees have settled in countries like Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan, but a couple of thousand have traveled to the UK. And last year, I was able to interview 2 of them. So I was working with an organization that was trying to help refugees that had recently settled in the UK acclimate themselves to the British educational system. And I was able to interview 2 boys named Ahmed and Karim about their experiences transitioning from being a refugee and not having had continual education for several years to joining the educational system in the UK. Now, Ahmed and Karim had several similarities. They were both 13-year-old boys, and their families both escaped Aleppo in 2016, right before the bombing. And their parents were middle class. Ahmed's father was an engineer, his mother was a teacher, and Karim's father was a professor, and his mother was a stay-at-home mom. But something was really interesting when I started interviewing Ahmed and Karim about their experiences going to school in the UK. While Ahmed had difficulty fitting in, being able to communicate with teachers, Karim was able to thrive relatively well. He knew when to ask the teacher questions. He knew how to interact with his fellow students. Essentially, he knew the games, the rule of the game of being able to succeed in the UK educational system. In other words, he had what we call cultural capital. Now, as a researcher who works primarily in the social sector, I tend to work with vulnerable and disadvantaged populations like Karim and Ahmed. And what's really interesting about working in the social sector is, as Gretchen Anderson points out, as designers, we reside at the intersection of convoluted systems and people. There's nowhere else that's more convoluted than working on problems such as refugee education and homelessness. And so I recently came across this diagram by Jessica Mason who is the CEO of the Social Impact Fund, and she decided to create this diagram that kind of rethought what human-centered design should look like in situations like the social sector. So she starts with the nucleus, which is the individual, right? But she also says that we should consider things beyond an individual's motivations or goals. We should also be looking at the relationships that they have, the institutions that they interact with, and the systems that they're embedded in order to design effective interventions for people who are refugees or for people who are homeless or domestic violence survivors, we have to fully understand the contexts that they're embedded in. And today, what I want to focus on is the top category, culture. And how can we seriously use it as designers when we're trying to design interventions in these incredibly complex social problems? So, what do I mean by culture? Now, I'm going to apologize for anyone who's taken anything beyond Sociology 101 or Anthropology 101 because I'm going to give you a very basic definition. And that's basically that culture is how people understand and make sense of themselves and the world that they live in. And the reason why it's important that we should consider culture beyond just things like individual factors and institutions and the context that people live in is that culture is the way that people interact with their circumstances. It's essentially a way that their mind is able to grapple around and create options for them to behave in the context that they're living in. So that's incredibly vague, so let me give you an example of how I've used the concept of culture in a UX and service design project. So a couple of years ago, I was working with a public school, an inner city public school in Western New York. And the goal of this school was that they wanted to improve the process by which they did community outreach. And one of the problems that this school was facing was that it was a receivership school. Now, for people who are not familiar with the New York State educational system, a receivership school is basically a school where the students have performed below expectation for several years in a row. And because of that, the state basically tells the school that if they do not improve their test scores within the next couple of years, the state will come in and they will own the school. And what that usually means is that the administration and the faculty are often fired. So you could imagine that the school was really motivated to see if they could improve student performance. So one of the areas that they decided to focus on was parent engagement. So there's a lot of research out there that says that when parents are active and proactive in their child's education, those students tend to perform academically better, and they tend to exhibit fewer behavioral issues. And so how they decided to define parental engagement was the number of times that parents reached out to teachers outside of teacher-parent conferences, or the number of times that they came into the classroom to volunteer. And so when the school started looking over the data that they had on the rates of parental engagement, they saw a very striking racial disparity. So about 70% of the African American parents in the school did actually participate the minimum amount that they suggested, but only 40% of the Latin American population did the same thing. So the school was kind of confused. Why was there such a big difference between these two groups? They had all of these statistics on the parents' socioeconomic background, and there was not really anything different between the two groups. About 97% of the school qualified for free lunch, and about 70% were living under the poverty level. And that was pretty standard across both the African American population and the Hispanic population. It wasn't that these parents had difficulty with transportation, because the school sent a survey that asked parents how easily they were able to get around their neighborhoods, and they found that there wasn't really any issue with transportation either. So what was going on? So when I was hired to participate in this study, the first thing that I wanted to check out was, well, let's actually talk to parents. Because the school up until this point had used data, or quantitative data, is what they meant by that, and they had done a bunch of surveys. But as anyone who has done research knows, every single methodology has a strength and a weakness. And the problem with using things like big data and surveys is that we don't actually get a sense of how people are experiencing their lives in these particular contexts. So I took a group of teachers with me out into the field, and we started to interview parents. And several things started emerging in these interviews. And that was the concept of frames. So frames are essentially schemas that we use to organize the information that we encounter. And not only do frames organize this information, they also make us act upon things because they make certain aspects of what we perceive more relevant at any given time. And so what we found in the field was that Hispanic parents didn't have different issues with transportation. They didn't have different values of education, right? It's not like they thought that, oh, their child's education was unimportant and therefore they shouldn't have to interact with teachers. No, how they differed from the African American parents was that they framed parenthood differently. So for the population that didn't go to school and didn't proactively seek out teachers, they framed parenthood as being in control of the household domain. In comparison, teachers were in charge of the school domain. So for these parents that didn't proactively seek out teachers, they felt uncomfortable entering the domain of the teacher. Because for them, they said, well, why would I want to go into the classroom? I'm not an expert. I did not go to graduate school to learn how to interact with my child in a school setting. My job as a parent is to make sure that my child is clothed, fed, has a roof over his or her house, and to help them practice things like their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s in the way that I know how to do it. And so with this finding, the teachers were able to construct several innovations, you can say. But they're not really innovations, they're just kind of simple things. One is that they actually onboarded new parents differently. So when a parent first entered the school with like their first child, so for example, a parent has a kindergartner as a child, the school would actually have several workshops for parents to actually express the ways that they can participate in their child's education. Because a lot of these parents didn't even realize that that's what they could do. They also gave resources to these parents to help them be better parents at home. If this was something that they were really invested in, well, how about we connect you with community resources that can help you practice educational skills, but from the parental perspective at home. So for example, just having a resource binder of all of these after-school activities, posting that binder information on the school website. And so in the case of Ahmed and Karim that I told you about, we took some of that interview data that I compiled from my interviews with them as well as other students to come up with training for teachers. Because one of the interesting things about cultural capital is that it's not necessarily that one person has better skills than the other. It's just that certain skills are prioritized in certain contexts. So, for example, Ahmed was not really participating in class the way that the teacher wanted him to participate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Ahmed was a bad student. It was just a different student than what that teacher expected. And so if you expose teachers to the different ways that students learn and participate in class, that training will impact how she interacts with that person in the future. So I talked about frames and cultural capital, and I have a limited time, so I'm not going to go into really detail about all the other forms of culture, but I kind of wanted to give you a diagram, some of the things that I use in my work, and I would be glad to talk about these things in more detail. So as you can see at the bottom, frames and cultural capital are two of the main ones. But we also have something that's called boundaries. So boundaries are essentially when we differentiate ourselves from other groups. And when we make certain differentiations, we also make certain, I guess you could say, evaluative judgments about the people that differ from us. So for example, social workers might have certain boundaries that they think about when they're interacting with people of a different race than they do. And that affects how they deliver their care because they think certain people are more deserving of their help than others. We also have institutions, or the ways that our society is structured in patterns, right? So schools, organizations, these are all different types of institutions. And every institution has certain rules that, again, value certain things, so they essentially establish what is valuable cultural capital, and they also reinforce boundaries as well. And then we also have narratives, right? The stories that we tell about ourselves. We often do not do things that do not fit into the narratives or the stories that we tell about ourselves. So certain people may not be engaging in healthy behavior because the narratives that they tell themselves about themselves do not fit those behaviors. And lastly, policies. Now this is kind of the least cultural out of all of them, but as we know, policies are made by individuals, and individuals are very much affected by all of these other cultural dynamics. So when they are creating policies, they are creating policies that are prioritizing certain people or making certain things unequal. So thank you.
Thank you. There's when you talk about culture as the way people make sense of themselves in the world, there's such a deep connection to the ideas about understanding that we talked about this morning, like the story about the woman and the doctor. The doctor was telling the truth in his mind, but the message was not understood. So this idea of what it means to understand goes very, very deep. So that's what I was thinking about as you were talking. And Dan Klyn, you saw him this morning. I don't think I need to say any more.
Good. Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to tell you about two truths and a lie. Who knows how to play this game already? Okay, practice round. My name is Dan Klyn. I come from Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is the epicenter of progressive culture. Oh, sugar. Then you just lost the visual joke thing. See, there it is. Okay, let's pretend like this didn't happen. Let's do this again. Hello, everybody. My name is Dan Klyn. I have two truths and a lie for you. Who here knows how to play this game already? Thank you. For those of you who don't, let me demonstrate. My name is Dan Klyn. I come from Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is the epicenter of progressive culture. Do you understand how this game works? Thank you. So growing up as I did, and I live next door to a house that I played in when I was a little boy, and my little friend's parents still live there. Growing up in the epicenter of progressive culture, most everything that I know about Boston is based on a magnificent television show. Many of you are too young to know about this show, so you're welcome. This is, because Grand Rapids, we don't know just what's on the TV, that's what we know. So when I think about Boston, I think about Cheers. And when I was looking at the theme for World IA Day this year and thinking about Boston, these things came together for me in a pretty powerful way. So I think we can learn a lot about our theme through the lens of Cheers. And we will do this quite briefly because, like you, I really cannot wait to hear what Abi Jones has to say in her closing keynote. So we'll do this pretty quickly. One of the things about the show, and some of you are hearing the song in your ears right now, even though there is no song playing. The theme song says, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. And who doesn't want that? I did some research about this, and the people who made this show were involved in the making of a controversial show called Taxi. And that was a pretty successful show, so they wanted to do something for themselves. And they came up with this idea, and initially there was resistance to the idea of a primetime television show taking place in a bar. Because not everybody has the values such that is appropriate. And what the creators said, and the people who were considering the pilot quickly saw, was that it is not a show about a bar. It takes place in a bar. It is not a show about a bar. It's a show, in the words of Mr. Zinberg, one of the creators, it's not about a bar, it's about a family. It just happens to not be a group of brothers and sisters. So designing for difference and lots of very powerful words in our theme. I've found two statements from our theme that I think are powerful truths. And one of the statements is neither backed up by Cheers, nor is it something that I think is good for us to always follow dogmatically. So I will share with you these two truths and a lie. The first truth is that there is no average user. This is language right out of the theme. And what this show, for those of you who aren't familiar, there is a kind of a schlubby everyman named Norm. There is a conflict positive waitress who is a firecracker of a little Italian lady. There is an unreliable mailman. There's a psychiatrist. There is a recovering alcoholic who operates a bar for some reason. There's a really old man who is the village elder. There are all of these characters, and none of them, even the everyman, is not like any of us. So, two truths and a lie. First truth, yes, there is no average user. Watch all 11 seasons of Cheers for your proof. Secondly, and this is a red herring. Of course, there is a Norm Peterson. But a lot of the joy of this program comes from, and it's great, one of the things I read about it is somebody said, oh my God, somebody wrote television like radio. These characters don't get along. And when I say there's no norm, and that's one of the truths that I would love to hold fast to, and that's proven out by the show, what I mean is that there is no normative criteria for what constitutes correct thinking or correct behavior. And so much of the delight in the show is that there is no agreement between, let's say, Diane, who is a well-educated, poetically minded feminist, and Carla, who is a tough lady who has to work every day, who doesn't see things the same way that Diane does. There is no norm. There is no way they will see each other's point of view, and that generates all kinds of delightful comic relief in this program. So, two truths: no average user, proven out by this television show beautifully, and there's no norm. The thing that I will posit as perhaps a lie, a more gentle way to do this would be to borrow from what Richard said this morning. In his quote of Niels Bohr, who said that the opposite of a profound truth is also true. The thing that I would like to posit the opposite of, maybe it's even a lie, is that you are not your user. This is a cartoon, and we even make cartoons out of it for ourselves to try and tell ourselves something that I believe is a lie, and that's why we have to cartoonify it. To convince ourselves of something that we all perhaps instinctually know is a lie. But nevertheless, the experts in our field are opening video, for goodness sakes. Many of my fine colleagues' points are aligned with this point of view. So I don't mean to be impolite or impolitic, but I just don't believe that there is more different, or excuse me, I don't believe that there's more things different between us than there are things same among us. And so these blanket generalizations from experts like the Nielsen-Norman Group, fine experts, all of our work as UX professionals stems from the assumption that we are different from our users. We can't judge user interface quality based on whether we like a design ourselves. And so what do? Talk about othering. We find some others to investigate, to put behind a piece of glass, to break up into lots of little parts in order to allow those parts to back up the things that we are inclined to do, but lack the courage of our own convictions to do. How do you like this for levels of remove? Our team testing out eye tracking equipment in our UX lab so that we can better understand our clients' users' behaviors. There is a powerful piece of artwork by an artist named Ben Frost, and it is titled, "Inside Every Puppet is a Fist." I feel like the obsession with you are not your user, the relentless othering of our own intuitions as people, as humans, oftentimes we are using the user like a puppet with our hand up their ass to make them say the thing that we know would be good to do, but we lack the ability, the courage, or the arrogance, maybe, to say, no, I know how this ought to be. So we hide our fist in a fluffy bunny called the user. Richard has 5 ways of innovating, and he shared with us probably the most powerful one, opposites. And I was pleased he even used the example that I was planning to use, so I'll show it to you briefly. When Richard, like rich people do, you're supposed to have a place in the Hamptons when you live in New York. So they got a place. His wife Gloria told me it was a potato barn. I'm not sure if that's true. Or I know it's true, whether it's factual, I'm not certain. So this potato barn, causing them to go to the Hamptons, owning a car, not knowing how to get around, and then having a business in California, so wanting to drive across the country to go see what's going on in San Francisco back at the office. And realizing that none of those maps worked for him. At no time did Richard imagine that he would drive from Alabama to Alaska to Arizona to Arkansas to Colorado to Connecticut. It would never happen. So he invented his own. He asks himself in the promo material, what prompted you to create a new kind of road atlas? Like all my decisions about what to work on next, this one grew out of my own sense of ignorance and inability to do things. Not long ago, I bought my first car since moving to the East Coast. I set out on a cross-country journey only to find there were absolutely no road maps I could understand. To someone like me, that means, okay, Richard, you'll just have to make your own, and that's what I did. And consequently, Richard imagined that this would be a kind of an annuity to him. He imagined that this kind of atlas would be so easy to use, so much better than the one that the rest of us would be using alternately, that this would bring in prosperity to his world for years to come. It did not. People didn't understand it. He ground up all the ones that didn't sell. So there's a risk to doing this, and I would encourage you to think about how Richard does this in answering or addressing. So two truths and a lie. Let's set aside the thing about you are not your user. What can you do about those two truths? How can you embrace or respond to those two truths? The first one, that first truth, there is no average user. Richard's response to this, at least, is do it for you. Or he wouldn't say that. He doesn't give a shit about you. He would say, I do it for me. And to the extent that there is not an average user, that there isn't some, I was fascinated by the idea of how many interviews would it take for a cis white guy to understand blackness. What's the stopping rule? Does anyone know? There isn't one. So certainly we will miss out on so many things that we need to do. I'm not saying don't do any user research. I'm saying that so many of us have been taught, trained, cajoled into this you are not your user business, that we don't do it like we would do it for ourselves. And my sense is that almost all of the ethical, aesthetic, practical problems in these products and services that are so bad that are killing us, if the people who work on these things made them with the simple idea of, am I making this for me? Would I make myself use this if I were homeless? I know, and Moshe talked about this, imagining, I know this is against everything that we've been taught as user experience professionals. That you could imagine if you're Moshe Safdie, the people using your building, how they experience light, what they need, and that you could do it. You could make some substantive, meaningful choices thinking about someone else. I think that that is absolutely true. But this beginning from the idea, if there isn't this generic persona that's perfect that we can design for, why not do it like it's for us? Why not have the stopping rule be when you would give that to you, that's when it's good enough. When Richard worked with Lou Kahn, that was certainly the mode. And the other little piece of what if I will give you before I stop is if you're working in this manner where you're doing it like it's for you, that is absolutely antithetical to collaboration. You can't do it for you while you are blending authorship with other people. So in order to do it like you are doing it for you, there's this other thing that Richard learned how to do that I've been observing as his biographer that I'm astonished by, which is a different style of getting people to do good work together, which is to cooperate. Not to collaborate, but to cooperate. And in a manner where there is no question about what the source of the authorship is. It is not a blending of authorship, it is an invitation to others to join you in your particular mania. The contrasts between these working styles, this is the reason why Richard was able to get 98, I haven't even been able to count them all. Why he's been able to do, let's say 100 books, let's say 50 conferences, let's say paintings, sculptures, cartography. How does he do all this stuff? He knows how to cooperate, even while he is unwilling in most cases to collaborate or blend his authorship of any of these products and projects. So how does this work? What's the contrast? To cooperate the way that he does, his participants get complete autonomy, and he can just say no or not use what they do. But he is not telling them what to do. He can't even type. He sets them up to succeed and then lets them work autonomously, which conserves each individual contribution. There is no question who did what, ever. The more participants you add, some of the stuff he's been able to do, it's because there's 50, 60, 80 people working on the project. This way of working is more efficient the more people you add to it. And what it optimizes for is not consistency, sort of lukewarm, blob of everybody getting along. What it optimizes for is coherence. Does the part that Nigel is working on fit with the part that Sally is working on? Not can they both blob into each other so that it can all form one gooey kumbaya whole. In this way of working, how do you know if you're making a good structure? You know you're making a good structure if it's articulated, the opposite of that gooey blob. So you need to articulate the structure to break the effort up into enough pieces for lots of people to do little parts of it. That's why an articulated structure is better, and that's why these things, when they succeed, have lots of different parts, not one big blobby suchness. This way of working lends itself to being sequential. Since Richard can't talk to everybody at the same time, he needs to have 8 phone calls with 8 people doing 8 things. Suits his way of working awfully well. It proceeds from participant self-interest. Richard needs to convince you that you want something out of this too, in order for you to assent to work for low or no money under his terms, often prickly, unreasonable terms. Like, hey, you need to learn Adobe InDesign this afternoon and then come to Florida for a couple of days and help me. What's in it for me? He will tell you anything you need to know about what's in it for you in order to have you come and join in the fun, to get you to cooperate. You are not doing this for him. He's trying to find you a way to do it for you. And often, you can see how these talk to each other, often the way is through that autonomy, that you get to do it how you would do it with this one piece. Completely opposite from the way of collaboration, which sometimes collaboration is great, but other times it is the worst possible way ever. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Blending of authorship, of the idea of what is this. You can have lots of collaboration in how it's going to get done, but collaborating on the what, Richard would there's maybe 3 times he's done that. Too many cooks spoil the pot. His way is through cooperation, not collaboration. And the evidence of this is written all over his many, many publications. Here in 1966, an amazing book, I wish I could have brought it, but it's this big, literally, an elephant-sized folio. 20 American cities with demographic data projected onto them. How did he get that done? He had 55 students in architecture at Washington University in St. Louis. There's all their names. Wurman's title pages sometimes go on for 3 or 4 pages to list the laundry list of people that he needed to cooperate with in order to make something happen. So being generous with credit, again, he needs you to be self-interested in order for you to do your piece well. How about lots and lots of credit for every one of the cooperators? Here's one of the graphs. This is Boston in 1966 with population density data and land use types laid over, each dot laid by hand by 55 architecture students, no computers. They all do this willingly. It's a lot like getting somebody to paint your fence. That's the mode that is required here. So that's what I have to say. What if you did it like it was for you? Okay?
Well, that was unexpected. Is everyone comfortable enough for 5 or 10 minutes of discussion? Then we can take a short break and come back for the closing keynote? How does that sound? Okay, great. Okay. I wonder if could we quickly but carefully move up the furniture? We could share as well. So I wanted to give you each a chance to react to that if you'd like to. You don't have to, but I'm curious, do you see complete contradiction? Do you see common ground between this last talk and what each of you talked about?
I have many thoughts. Would you like to take it first? It doesn't matter.
How much time you got?
Yeah, right. I mean, one of the things that stood out to me is that's a very privileged way to be able to do something, and the opportunities to do work like that isn't always available to people who are not white and who are not men. And so I think that there needs to be consideration beyond that. The other thing about designing for yourself is that it only takes you so far. And I don't know about your specific background, but I have worked with so many clients, so many companies, where people say, but it makes sense to me, why do we have to change it? But the people who are coming, the people that they want to be there are not them. So it doesn't matter that it makes sense to them. And so, yes, design for yourself, let that lead your ideas, but also remember that after a certain point, it stops being about just you. And if that's the only way you make decisions, you're gonna be very limited in who can use your stuff, unless you get lucky, which does happen. It's not impossible. But a lot of times you need to get broader in your consideration, and you need to be specific in your broadness. So not just an everyman sort of persona, but what I do to combat that is get really specific about the different types of audiences, the different types of needs, and the different people that we're talking to. And I don't necessarily make personas, but we talk about the different stress cases that come up. And so I think there's an opportunity to think about yourself, but also make sure you really are thinking about other people. Because as you said, we're all different.
Yeah, and I think, at least in my work, so I'm currently working on a project that involves undocumented immigrants. And something that I find really interesting that kind of shares some parallels with that is that we're researching a user group that doesn't actually understand their own experience, because there's a lot of misinformation out there about the process of immigration. And so for us and the designers on the team, we have to think about all of the factors that our users are not thinking about. So empathy is not enough. We actually have to strive towards understanding, and sometimes that means pulling from, not necessarily designing for ourselves, but pulling from secondary expertise that the users would not have any access to.
I agree.
Thanks.
Could you talk a little more about experiences when you've you've clashed or you've had to push back with the people you're working with, and maybe a certain story comes to mind, or what helps you the most when you're in those situations?
Put my fighting hat on, I guess. A very nice fighting hat, it's fancy. I can think of a story. Actually, I have a client currently, and part of they're an academic institution, and they have a digital repository they're making. And part of the grant requirement that they received is that it works for middle school students and teachers. I don't know if you know this, but professional academics at universities who have been studying a subject for many years have a very different take on what types of information are helpful than middle school students and middle school teachers. And one of the things we've gone round and round with is they have all this navigation that they want to have on the page, and we have 5 sections, and each has like 5 options in the drop down. And I've been pushing and pushing with them to talk about, we just did an exercise last week where we sat down, we gridded it all out, and we said, who actually needs this? Why would they come here, and what do they want to get by the time they leave? And can we combine it or delete it, or do we have to keep it? And I made them make the case for me through every single one of those. And it was hard, and it took like an hour and a half. But we went through every single one, and we talked about it. And we talked about why it doesn't matter that, you know, an archaeologist who is coming to this page wants this information if this page isn't a page they would come to. So like the introduction page. There's nobody who is a long-term scholar for this project who's going to the intro page. They know what they need and they're going to get it. But the people who are going to the intro page are the people who aren't sure what they want and they're not sure why exactly they're here. And so if we're going to create an intro page, those are the questions we need to answer. And we need to think about, how do those people use the internet? They don't read scholarly papers, so they don't need a 5-paragraph essay, which is what the page is currently. And so it's been a lot of helping them understand perspective. We've done a lot of talking to middle school teachers and students. We brought some in for some testing, just to help them really solidify. Because every time I'm in a meeting with them, they agree. And then I get home and they send me an email 2 days later, no, we'd like to go back to the old way. And we start the conversation over again, and it just takes a lot of time and patience and reminding them of what we decided and why we decided it. Because in the moment it felt good, but then if they don't keep that in mind, they go back to how they were thinking before, because that's how they think all the time. It makes sense. And so those are some of the things that I do, and I'm not sure if I've fully answered the question, but that's what I would say.
Yeah, and I think what I like to do too is, because I work as a consultant, and this thing is and so one of the things that I like to do to convince some of my clients is actually bring in the people who are going to be paying for the product that they're trying to build. And so, for example, I work a lot with edtech startups, and so usually the users are not necessarily the buyers, right? It's going to be administrators, it's going to be school districts. But if you can bring in administrators who, and this is currently, I would say, the trend among administrators is that they value the perspective of their teacher users. So they're not going to give up money to these startups unless it gets teacher approval. And one of the things that they actually look for in a lot of meetings is, can we get validation that this is something that has been used by teachers, it has been enjoyed by teachers, and it actually has the academic impact that it's supposed to have, or else I'm not going to pay you. And I think having that very serious conversation, because it's actually the people who have the purse strings, is one of the best ways that I have found to actually start convincing people to do more research.
In my consulting work, typically the environment that we're working in is one where there have not been information architects before. And so a lot of what we end up doing is holding a mirror up to the organization. In Richard's words, I can't help it, I live in him these days. Seeing what people have always seen but never seen. And the idea that the as-is environment that we're working in contains a wealth of information and sources to respond to as designers. The clients are often surprised at how dumb the things are that we're interested in. What is everybody's name? What do you call things? What is, I loved Through the Looking Glass pictures that we saw earlier on the screen behind us there. That book, the wonder of what's an Alice? The flowers have a different, what's an Alice? The flowers have a different view than the Hatter, than the Queen, than the other participants. So a lot of the surprise that we get from our customers, if we do our job well of research, is to show them what they've always seen, but never seen. And we somehow, because we're consultants, you might have this experience also, we have permission to do things that internal people don't do. So we can ask a more basic question. That question might show up on some internal person's review as, you're not smart. They resent how much they're paying us, and so the same question from us is, oh, that's a very important That's a very important map. So I'm not really sure how I'm connecting these comments, other than to say that research into the given environment that somebody wants you to help them with, showing them what they think they already know is often where all the value is. It isn't mapping some uncharted territory. It's showing them what they've always seen and never seen.
There have been a couple questions online about the tension between working in the interest of designing for difference and ethical design and the bottom line and the need to make money. Curious about your comments on that.
I have a 16-year-old who reminds me constantly that there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. Which, he's serious, and he's done the homework. And so I think that's an interesting place to begin is, what if there are people coming up through the generations for whom they don't even want to be? It's not, how do you do something good? They don't even want to be a part of it.
Well, I think, is it on? Sorry. Great. I mean, I agree with your son, personally. But I also believe that as people want companies to be better, companies will have to be better. And actually part of what I do in my work and part of my personal mission is to teach tech companies who want to be better and don't know how to grow their company without losing values, without resorting to shady tricks and dark user patterns, and in a way that centers the people that they serve and the communities that they serve over the profits that they make. Because I believe you can still create a company and be profitable and be successful, but also you can value those things and prioritize those things. I mean, I've been doing it for 10 years now. I've worked for myself for 10 years. I have had employees in the past. I have them currently. And I have a really strong sense of values and ethics. You can ask pretty much anyone who knows me. So it can be done, and I believe that we're seeing that that's important. 90% of younger generation consumers, there's a study, I have a link, ask me after, want to buy from a company that cares, that is thinking about not just how do they make more money from you, but how do they impact the communities they're in? And I think we're only going to see that grow. And so we have to change how we think about things, and we have to move forward and push our clients forward. And so when I have clients and they're, wishy-washy on something, I'll be like, well, actually this. And then they start to recognize that, and then they ask me about things that they were maybe thinking about and they didn't know. And I see their perspectives start to shift. And that's part of the work that I think we all get to do, is when we take a stand, we give others the opportunity to stand with us.
And I think too, like, not only are consumers more interested in ethical products, they also know more than we do now. Like, younger generations actually do have some degree of understanding of how these things work. What is data? How is it being used? What are the nefarious ways that it's being used? And at least I have had the experience of conducting some like usability testing, and you have like a privacy statement. People will actually comment on the design of the privacy statement now sometimes because it's illegible or it's not comprehensive. So they have an expectation of what the design should look like, not just what they want the company to be like either. I think that's such a great point.
Interesting. So last question. So what you've each been talking about clearly requires a great deal of persistence and courage. And I'm wondering if you have a story about when you've been really scared in your work.
I mean, there was the time that I got my entire team laid off. That was cool. I guess we could talk about that. When I shut down my first company, so I'm on my second company, I guess don't try this at home, or maybe do. one of the things I did was I said, okay, how am I going to support my team as we all sort of leave the company? And I went to one of my clients and I said, you should hire some of us. And they said, cool, we will. And so I worked with them for a year, helped them establish their user research practice and their user experience practice, because they were a tiny tech team in a really large corporation. And we were the first in-house user experience people that they had. When they hired me, I said, just so you know, I almost never do UI design and I'm not gonna start, so if you're hiring me, I'm gonna be more on the consulting side, more strategy and more research. And they said, yeah, we totally want that. They did not. And what I ended up doing was product management for that company, which worked fine until one of the higher level bosses came over and said, oh, well, we told the client we're gonna do it this fast, but we're, so just do it that fast. And that would require my team to work like 80-hour weeks. One of the reasons that we went on board was they promised us that this tiny tech team was not like the rest of the company. We would never be required to work 80-hour weeks like the other consultants were, that they were gonna let us work 40 hours a week. So I stood up to him over a series of, conversations and tried to explain and asked other people, hey, COO of the tech team, when you hired me, you said that we wouldn't have to do this. Can somebody back me up here? They did not, and in a month, they laid off me and my 2 designers because one of them happened to be my husband, and they didn't want to lay both of us off and keep the other person, because then we could possibly sue for discrimination. They couldn't lay off me and the other person because we were the 2 women and my husband was a dude, discrimination. And they didn't want to lay off me as the head of the team because I was a woman who was the head of a team, discrimination. So they laid off all 3 of us. It is not always easy to put up the good fight and sort of go with what you know is right. It would have been much easier for me to have been like, sorry guys, we just gotta do it. We'll figure it out next time. But it was really important to me that I let my team know that I have their back and that I do demand what people have promised. So they told me coming in, because I was like, I wanna join if you're gonna make us work 80-hour weeks. We don't have time for that. And they said, no, we will not. And nobody backed me up. None of the people who made that promise to me backed it up. And I have a problem with that, so I'm gonna say something. And I honestly don't remember all my feelings. Like, I was devastated when it happened, and I felt so responsible for not only my own family, I had a 6-month-old at the time, but also my friend who was on my design team who just lost her job, and her husband had just started grad school, so, lots of lives were impacted. We're still friends, she's doing great, she's got a new job. My husband and I are also still married. Daughter's good. He also did not get too mad. But sometimes you just have to go for it, even if the consequences are gonna be bad. And especially if you sit in a lot of privilege, because it's a lot easier for me to bounce back than to someone who has less privilege and doesn't have as many opportunities. I've been able to bounce back. When I closed my first company, the reason I started my second company was because I had a client who was like, no, I really want to work with you. Just start another company so I can work with you. That's how much they liked our work. So I started it on the side and then kept doing the job full time for a while. So I already had that to land back on immediately after they let me go. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I come from a position of privilege. Even though I'm a woman and a person of color, I'm also single. I don't have any dependents. I'm able-bodied. My health is good. I don't have that many medical bills. And so it's really important to me when I take on a new client that they understand my position on certain issues. And that's actually part of my contract. And I tell them, it's like, I will break this if this happens. And I can leave because I have that financial stability in order to do that. And I think as long as you do have that privilege, take advantage of that. Even if you only have a little bit of it, if it's something that you can stand on, do so. especially if you're like early in your career, like it's because you're probably going to be younger as well. Like you can move around. It's a good market for these things. Like you can find a better organization that has better values. So try it.
Sure, one question.
Sorry, I wanted to ask a question. Take your take on it. I'm fascinated with the whole idea of showing empathy. I think it's important. I'm fascinated about the diversity part. But my biggest concern, I've been in this business for a long time. And most of the things that I see myself is a way of taking data, massaging it so it can become knowledge. I think that's way simple. And I wanted for you to think about, what about all those diversities that are not really obvious, that are not transparent? And I'll give you an example. I have twins. One of them is about to study medicine, doing a master's degree. The other one was a ballet dancer for 5 years. Now he's in college. He has almost a 4-point average. During their elementary school, they were abused by teachers, by academics, by students. It got worse during middle school. Some of them even physically abused. In college, it was the worst experience they had in their life. Do you think it was because they were of Hispanic background like me? Or Greek background because of her? Or because she was a woman? Or because he was 5'2"? Or because they had dyslexia?
Are you asking me to assess the reasons? I imagine it was a combination of all of them. Okay. Oh, I see. You knew the answer and you wanted me to guess. I apologize for that.
This is, how do we deal with, when we're talking about diversity, how do we deal with the fact that everybody's unique? And somebody's disability might be more than that little list that we have. Are you white? Are you Hispanic? Are you this? Are you that?
So
that can impact someone's life.
great. So the question is, how do we think about and deal with more invisible differences that we have? And so full disclosure, I'm actually autistic. Surprise. I gave a talk. But if I said, like if we talked about autistics not talking about me, you would never guess that about me. Most people would not. And so I think about that a lot actually, because I think it's really important to recognize that some disabilities, some differences are absolutely invisible. There are people of color who are white passing, and so while they gain some privilege, they also get a lot of erasure because they don't get seen for who they really are, and that's a struggle too. And so when you're going through this and you're thinking about, it's not so much about having like a finite checklist. The problem, there is no finite checklist. It's remembering to check yourself. It's remembering that you have to unlearn years and years and years of bias, years and years of bad ways of thinking, and it doesn't happen overnight. It takes practice, it takes thoughtfulness. I just read and shared an article with my newsletter called "There's No Such Thing as Laziness," and on the surface you're like, no, Heather, people are lazy. But the author is a social psychologist, and she makes a really compelling case, and honestly I agree with her, that most of the time what we perceive as laziness, or what seems like laziness from the outside, is an indicator of an unseen barrier that we just don't understand. And I think that's exactly what you're talking about. And so again, it comes back to learning how to suspend judgment, learning that there are so many things we don't know about any of us in the audience, right? I can make some assumptions, but I don't know everything just looking at you. Even that picture I posted of all the white dudes, half of them could be gay, I don't know. I can't tell from the picture. There's so many invisible ways in which we are different and diverse that we can't see. And if you limit yourself to a small checklist, if you only look at the most obvious things, you're not gonna get there, and you're doing yourself and everybody you're working with and everybody you're working for a huge disservice. And so you absolutely have to think about those things because they can have the greatest impact. I was also bullied in school growing up.
I see your pain. Because one of the things I found interesting was that both of you said we need more than empathy.
Empathy is the starting point, it's not the ending point.
Maybe the starting point should be
I like it. So he said maybe the starting point when we wake up in the morning is, am I being socially responsible? One of the other things I shared with my newsletter list is to write down in a journal at the end of the day the interactions you had with people and what you can remember about the assumptions you made about them and what you did or did not do based on those assumptions, because that helps you identify patterns of thinking that you can't identify in a moment. Like, you can't identify in real time a weird thing you did, but when you look back on it, you say, oh, I have a pattern of crossing to the other side of the street when I see a man. That's interesting, let me explore that more. Or what's happening there? Or I have a pattern of always trusting someone who is a similar height and build to my mom, because I trust my mom really well and I make that mental connection. There are tons of assumptions that we make every second, and we have to, because at any given moment, there's about 11 billion different pieces of stimuli coming into our brain, and we can only process about 40 at a time. I put them on a scale once, and you actually can't see the 40 for the 11 billion. I had to fake it for my slides. But the point is that the amount you can process versus the amount coming to you is impossible. So there will always be shortcuts that your brain takes. It's making sure that your brain is taking the right shortcuts and that you retrain the shortcuts that your brain thinks to take by intentional thought over time and an intentional processing and intentional action.
Thank you. So we're gonna, this is very worthwhile conversation. I also want to keep to our schedule. So first of all, thank you. So let's take quick 10-minute restroom break and then come back here. Try to actually stick to my promise this time. Start at 4 o'clock for the closing keynote with Abi Jones. I'm really excited for that. And then we'll wrap up a couple announcements and maybe we'll hang out a little bit afterwards. I can't remember offhand what the process is, but he sent me an email, and I think I submitted an online form with the winner, and then yeah, we can figure it out.
Okay, and what's your email?
Boston.
Is that one? Okay, thanks so much.
All right, let's get ready to start in a minute or two. We're going to get started. Okay. Hope everybody's back. All right, well, I'm really excited to introduce Abi Jones, our keynote speaker.
While I'm putting on this microphone, can you please give a round of applause to Dan and all the volunteers and folks who worked on this event? Hi, I'm Abi Jones. That's my name up there and my Twitter handle and just about everywhere else on the internet, so you can get in touch with me if you have questions, because we will not have a Q&A after this. And I'm just going to try to find like a steakhouse somewhere between here and the airport. So, disclaimer, I work at Google. I'm not here as a representative of Google. So these are my own opinions. They do not represent the opinions of the place where I work, and you'll see as you listen why that's the case. So today, I'm going to talk about viruses, K-cups, labradoodles, candy hearts, Jason Momoa, and vaccines. So let's start out with the virus. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a disease that was first observed in a laboratory in Uruguay in 1896. Those who are affected with the disease develop skin tumors, and in some cases blindness, followed by fatigue and fever. They would die in as little as 48 hours, and most who contracted this illness were dead within 14 days. It's spread by direct contact with an infected individual or by being bitten by mosquitoes that fed on an infected individual. The disease didn't actually replicate inside of its insect hosts, but it could be physically carried by a mosquito from one individual to a susceptible one. The virus was first field tested for population control in 1938, with a full-scale release in 1950, and it was devastatingly effective. In Australia, the population went from 600 million to just 100 million rabbits. The disease is myxomatosis. It was introduced to France by a bacteriologist decades later. He wanted to rid his private estate of rabbits. And so in June 1952, he inoculated 2 of his rabbits on his land. And within 4 months, the virus had spread 50 kilometers. Within a couple of years, 90% of the wild rabbits in France were dead. The disease spread throughout Europe. We are the rabbits. And if we're the rabbits, what is the virus? It's anything loosed in our world in a way that we are not prepared to handle. Today, I will cover 3 information futures that we are not prepared for. And these are areas of high risk. A risk is vulnerability times hazard times exposure. It takes all 3 of these to have a disaster. And as I walk you through each of these, I want you to see if you can identify the vulnerability, the hazard, the method for exposure, and the risk that exists. And you might be thinking, I don't know if I can do that, but this is a calculus you've already done today. By the time I told you about the French bacteriologist, you were thinking to yourself, no, don't let the rabbits loose, because you had proof. You already knew from the case in Australia that it would destroy native rabbit populations. So let's discuss some information futures. The first is surveillance. It's a close observation of a person or group of people, especially a suspected spy or criminal. We know from history that powerful and secret surveillance tools are abused for political ends, and they are turned disproportionately on disfavored minorities. But how will surveillance affect us in the future? So you can imagine the first future you try to be a good person, which could mean taking a grocery bag with you from your house, a tote bag, when you go shopping. But CVS is out of your usual deodorant. So you spend more time than you expected pulling alternatives off the shelf and opening the caps and smelling them to see if it's what you want to smell like. And you throw it in your bag, in your tote bag. And the whole time you're being watched, not by a person behind a camera, but by a machine looking for suspicious behavior. Behavior like taking things off the shelf and putting them back on the shelf again, or putting something in your own bag and not a shopping cart. Or maybe you just have an awkward way of putting things in your bag. And does anyone look really natural and cool when they're buying deodorant? Yeah? Just think about the last time you had to go buy something for someone else, whether it was tampons or condoms. Did you swagger into a store, or were you a bit furtive about it? So unfortunately, this future already exists. It's here, and it's available to shop owners. So let's find a different future. You walk into a car dealership. No, you've just parked outside the car dealership. You haven't even walked in the door, and the dealer knows your name, your employment status, your car buying history, your credit rating. They know that you spend a lot of time in the mountains, so they can recommend you a vehicle based on that too. That's because your car dealer buys data from Equifax and from general data brokers and puts it all together in a database to sell you cars. And you have to ask yourself if you'll get a fair deal. But this isn't the future either. This already happens. So let's try it again. Let's say you work at Facebook, and Facebook has an internal security apparatus that exists to keep Facebook employees safe. They, quote, use industry standard measures to assess and address credible threats of violence against their employees and their company. But we don't know what those credible threats look like. Let's say your ex works at Facebook. How safe do you feel from the opposite perspective? Or let's say your ex works for the police, and we know that the police and other government entities combine data sets over and over again to do warrantless searches against people for personal gain. In each of these situations, we can identify who is vulnerable, and that's anyone who is not in a position of power. We can identify the hazard, the surveillance and outcomes of surveillance, the false arrests, stalking, violence, and we can think about exposure, which in the case of surveillance is constant and never-ending, and it shapes our private and public lives. A common A common reason people say that they're not worried about surveillance is they're not doing anything wrong. But if you think about some pretty dramatic changes that have happened in our society recently, like the legalization of gay marriage and the legalization of the use of marijuana, those are two areas where people were able to conduct acts privately in their own homes without being surveilled, and that eventually laws caught up with our norms and our behavior. And so with the area of surveillance, do you have vulnerability? Yes. Do you have hazards? Yes. Do you have exposure? Yes. And you have risk. And so a question we have to ask ourselves is, do you contribute to mass surveillance? The next future is of automation, automatically controlled operation of a process or a system that takes the place of human labor. Janelle Shane, who writes AI Weirdness, a really amazing blog, made Valentine candy hearts that are based on an ML model that's kind of taught how to give someone pickup lines. She wanted to see what would happen if the machine could generate some candy hearts. And some of them were really great, like Be My Bear, Time Bear. She was getting into a bear recursive loop here. The best, though, are the middle ones here, My Hag. And then you can see it's almost like the heart next to it knows that something has gone wrong, and it just says, boy. So I guess for this current situation, we're not too worried about AI taking on automating Valentine's Day. So let's start over. Dan is asking me if there was anything I needed to get ready for the talk. And I said, I'm fine with going last. I don't think I need anything. And Google was like, you do need something. And I know what it is. And it was like, that's not what I wanted. Like, I have some needs as a speaker, and it's a bottle of water, but maybe I should reconsider what I request. So this isn't the future either. This happens right now. So let's start over again. Who's the most famous person who shares your first name? Mine is Abigail Van Buren, Dear Abby, or Abigail Adams. So those are my options. So just, you can give me a little nod if you've figured out who it is for you. All right, see some nodding. Most famous person with your first name. Okay. Do you think you could defeat them in physical combat? Just asking, For me, Abigail Adams, she lived to her mid-70s. She eventually died of typhoid. She's a pretty tough lady. Her husband was president, one of her sons was president. She was actually really into women's rights. So I don't know if I could take her. All right. So are there any Jasons in the audience? Anyone named Jason? All right. So anyone named Jason, this is not a good game for you. All right. Everyone named Jason's like, oh no, Jason Momoa, the Friday the 13th guy, Jason Statham. There are a bunch of Jasons who could totally kick your ass, right? So what if you participated in a meme like this on Twitter? Okay, what if you made jokes about being able to beat up Abigail Van Buren? What would happen next? Well, if we used automation to figure out how to hire you, this Amazon experiment failed, then it wouldn't hire you if you're a woman. But if we combined surveillance and automation, then if you were trying to get a babysitter job, you wouldn't pass the AI's test, because it would be like, wow, you're talking about being able to beat up on a dead president's wife, but you do not get to babysit people's kids. And so Predictim, the company that created this private algorithm, was trying to analyze, teenager and low-income workers, and just things they were talking about on the internet with each other and jokes that they were having to assess their risk level. And so you wouldn't get a babysitter job if you were talking about how good you were at beating up somebody, right? So who's vulnerable in these situations where you have an algorithm deciding who gets to have a job or not? It's anyone who has a job, who wants to have a job. What is the hazard that we discriminate against hiring? What is the exposure? When asked about whether or not they would be using AI for hiring in the next 10 years, 55% of hiring managers who responded to a survey said yes, they definitely would be. So all of us, there is risk of exposure. So I ask you, as people who probably create other things, who is vulnerable to what you automated? So we are, all the people in this room, we are all vulnerable to automation, and we are also creating populations that are vulnerable to automation. And so you have to see what are the automated workflows in your workplace and who do they impact. The last information future is disinformation. It's false information spread deliberately to deceive. It's used for entertainment, to sow chaos, to destabilize democracies. And so, anyone here ordered anything from Amazon recently? I took my kid to buy some shoes, and turns out he has giant feet like I do, and not a single pair of shoes at Target fit him. And we don't have other shoe stores in my town, so I was like, all right, getting you some Crocs, because it's just like a giant boat you put on your foot. So as you're thinking about what to buy on Amazon, people who buy things there, they say that it's really a positive review online that contributes to what they buy. And this makes a lot of sense because we turn to friends and family members. They're our primary source for information on what we should buy. But then the second source of information is other people online. And so online reviews are pretty significant. There's also a ton of competition between organizations or companies that are trying to produce really similar projects. And so the real threat here in disinformation is from fake reviews. A significant % of reviews on Amazon are fake. They're verified reviews. They have like a little star next to them. But across the internet, so this is Facebook, but there are also private Slack groups everywhere where people trade small amounts of money for reviews. Real reviews. They get the product in the mail, but then the review they post isn't true. It's pay for play. So let's start again. Instead of reviews, which are still done by human beings, what if we combine disinformation with automation? So public health researchers interested in the threat of lower rates of vaccination than would be expected over the last decade went and scraped 1.7 million tweets to examine tweets specifically related to vaccination that were posted between July 2014 and September 2017. And what they found was that accounts that had the hallmarks of being Russian troll accounts posted 22 times as much vaccine-related content as the typical person. And what's interesting is that they didn't just post anti-vaccine content, as they also posted pro but argumentative or even sort of dumb-sounding vaccine content as a means to create arguments amongst groups. And when this hazard was exposed to vulnerable people, you have a high degree of risk. We have outbreaks happening in 3 states across the United States right now and in Eastern Europe. And so if you'd ask yourself who is vulnerable, it's the people in our society who are the least able to do this for themselves and get vaccinated. If we asked what the hazard was, it was the risk of less of an immunity across our entire population and the spread of disease. And if we talked about the exposure, it's that measles can actually stay in the air and infect someone who comes into a room at a later time the same day. So you don't even have to have direct exposure to a person to contract measles. And so there's risk. And so you should know how your company handles disinformation. So what is the fourth future? What is there aside from surveillance, aside from automation, aside from disinformation? When I discussed myxomatosis and how it spread, and when I discussed it being released in France, you had this gut feeling of knowing that something bad was about to happen. And as you see surveillance, as you see automation, as you see disinformation pop up over and over again in our society, you're now being inured against it. You see it so much that you might not even feel a gut reaction at all. Well, the one thing that you can do is determine how you're going to create new or different futures. It's identifying the vulnerabilities that are associated with the products and services you're creating. And vulnerabilities are people that are affected and why those people specifically are affected. It's understanding hazards. What are you potentially making that could be problematic? A lot of the technology we work on is called dual-use technology. It can be used for good or it can be used for harm, and it's determining who has access to that technology that helps us know it's for good or for harm. And we can determine exposure. So one of the best things about this formula that we've seen today is that it's a multiplication problem. And so when you multiply any of these components by 0, you actually no longer have risk. So as you go out into the world, and on Monday morning when you get into your office, I challenge you to identify who and what has been made vulnerable, what hazards exist, or what exposure there is from what you're creating right now. Thank you.
Please do. I put my laptop up here.
Yes.
All right, give me 1 second. Trying to get rid of the Wi-Fi window. Well, that was awesome. Thank you so much. I have a couple quick announcements before we wrap up. And my slides are not in order, but so just want to remind you about the feedback survey. So there's again, a paper form and an online version. We'll email this link out. We'll also email out the link to the digital swag bag. World IA Day 2020 is on February 22nd next year. Do you want to help plan next year's event? Send me your email address or put it down on the form, and we'll talk about it soon. Thank you so much to everyone who came today, everyone who bought a ticket, donated, all of our volunteers who spent a whole day working, all of the staff at MassArt who spent a whole day working, the AV team, the caterer, our sign language interpreters. Who did I miss? I'm sure I missed a lot. Thank you to Wayfair, again, our co-presenter. Thank you to MassArt, NADPOW, Northeastern University, Huddle, Cantina, AIR Worldwide, Boston Kai, UXPA Boston, and Forsenal. How is it? It's lovely. Great. I really like those. I'm going to be sad to have them shipped back. They're just alone. If you want to hang out and keep chatting, let's just clear out of the auditorium, make sure that we're not leaving any trash or anything, and we can go back into the atrium, and I'm sure that some people will go out for drinks or something like that after we leave. See you next year on February 22nd.
Oh, my new one. Also, I have like 6 roommates. I don't know.